I had really liked that role too, and I had tried everything I could to fight for it. But unfortunately, I didn't know Latin dance, and Ryan's constant scheming nearly drove me into depression. I curled my lips into a faint smile. This time, that role was mine. My thoughts returned to the present. I tapped out a quick reply to Jason, letting him know I'd gotten the message. Then I tossed my phone onto the table. In the second floor study, Claire wore a serious expression as she stared at her computer screen and tried to work. But half an hour had already passed, and she hadn't absorbed a single word. Her mind was completely occupied by that boy. Would he like the room she prepared for him? Would staying overnight at her house make him feel uneasy? Was he afraid of thunder like other boys, or frightened by howling winds? After struggling with those thoughts for a long time, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She raised a hand and rubbed hard between her brows, trying to suppress the strange restlessness building inside her. But it barely helped. She glanced outside at the pitch-black sky still flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder. What was wrong with her today? Why couldn't she focus on anything? Even Claire herself could hardly believe that I'd already begun affecting her, enough to interfere with her work. She exhaled slowly and stood up. Forget it. Maybe she needed a cup of coffee to wake herself up. Claire liked peace and quiet, so there weren't many servants in the villa, and everyone who worked there had been professionally trained and knew when to give the owners space. Once they finished their assigned duties, they would usually return to their own rooms, leaving the people who lived there plenty of privacy. By the time Claire came downstairs, all the main lights on the first floor had already been turned off, leaving only dim night lights around the room. She effortlessly poured herself a cup of coffee and took a sip. The strong, bitter flavor filled her mouth and sharpened her senses considerably. But the moment she turned around, a figure in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows caught her attention. That person was completely lost in his own world and hadn't noticed someone standing behind him. I lightly rose onto my toes, lifting my head as my short hair shifted upward, revealing my long, graceful neck and collarbones. My slim waist moved effortlessly as I turned, leaped, and danced through the air, like some carefree spirit untouched by the troubles of the world. Pure and beautiful. Someone this beautiful belonged to her, and only her. She wanted to lock me away and hide me, so no one else could ever see me. From the moment I woke up every morning until I fell asleep at night, she wanted my eyes to see no one but her. It wasn't until the scalding coffee burned her palm that Claire finally snapped back to reality. She had really lost her mind just now. She had actually wanted to imprison me. After seeing Jason's message, I went back over the general plot I remembered, and quickly formed a rough plan. I remembered that in the original story, Ryan performed a nearly flawless series of turns in front of director Yang, combined with his clean-cut, youthful appearance. That performance convinced director Yang to cast him in the supporting role. Luckily, I'd studied Latin dance in my previous life, and because I had real talent for it. A famous Latin dance master at the time had even made an exception and accepted me as his final personal student. Unfortunately, I'd devoted almost all my energy to acting back then, so I hadn't spent much time practicing Latin dance. After landing a difficult leap perfectly, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and couldn't help smiling. Luckily, this body's joints were naturally flexible. No matter what move I attempted, there wasn't the slightest stiffness. It might even be more flexible than my old body. Maybe my soul and this body were becoming more synchronized. If that was the case, winning that movie role shouldn't be difficult at all. Satisfied, I sat down and relaxed my muscles. So the intense exercise I'd just done wouldn't leave me sore later. I rolled my neck and stretched my arms, but as I rotated my shoulders, I suddenly noticed someone standing behind me. I nearly jumped when I saw Claire. Claire had originally planned to leave as soon as she'd finished watching, without letting me discover she'd been secretly observing me. But watching the boy was addictive. The longer she watched, the harder it became to stop. She knew she should leave, but her feet simply refused to move. By the time I finally noticed her, and visibly startled at her sudden appearance, she immediately regretted staying. Sorry, did I scare you? I came downstairs to get some coffee and heard something over here, so I came to take a look. The coffee in her hand had already gone completely cold. I had only been startled for a second. Once I realized it was her, my first reaction was to touch my eyes and make sure my glasses were still on. Only then did I relax. It's fine. This is your house. You don't need to apologize to me. The floor upstairs is inlaid with gemstones, and it's a little too slippery for dancing. When I came downstairs, I saw how much open space there was here, so I decided to practice down here, I explained. Claire nodded. Then she seemed to carefully think over what I'd said, before asking, "You don't like the gemstone floor?" That makes sense. Gemstones are pretty ordinary. They really aren't worthy of someone as beautiful as you. I stared at her in complete disbelief. What? Didn't I just say? The gemstone floor was too slippery. And that's why I came downstairs to dance? What does that have to do with whether I like it? Those gemstones were worth a fortune. Of course I liked them. But even if I liked them, it wasn't like I could pry them out of the floor and take them home. Claire didn't seem to notice my confusion, and continued following her own train of thought. If you don't like gemstones, what about gold instead? Would you like that? But gold might be a little too tacky. Her ridiculous imagination left me completely speechless. After a moment, I finally couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid you'll go bankrupt spending money like this?" Seriously. The Bennett family was already extremely wealthy, but even they weren't this extravagant. Claire honestly shook her head. No, I already have more money than I know what to do with. If spending this little could bankrupt me, wouldn't that make me completely useless? What kind of absurd billionaire logic was that? Then how much money do you actually have? I asked. For once, the question seemed to genuinely stump Claire. She frowned and quickly ran the numbers in her head before answering, excluding real estate and other fixed assets. I currently have about $800 billion in liquid funds, but most of that money is tied up in the military-industrial group. As for what I personally have available right now, it's not that much. Only about $300 billion. Only $300 billion across both of my lifetimes. The largest denomination I'd ever seen was 100 million, and even that had only been fake money meant for the dead. I let out an awkward laugh. You just told me exactly how much you're worth. Aren't you afraid I'll figure out a way to steal it? Claire suddenly became serious. No, not serious, excited. Her eyes practically lit up as she stared at me and asked with complete sincerity, "Do you really want my money? I can transfer all of it to you, including every asset under my name. If you want, I'll have a lawyer come over tomorrow morning and prepare the paperwork. We can sign everything and make it legally effective immediately." I was so startled that I hurriedly waved my hands. No, no, no. I was only joking. Almost the instant those words left my mouth, I could clearly see the light in Claire's eyes dim slightly. For a moment, she'd really thought she might finally have a chance to lure me home permanently. What a disappointment. Claire looked at the beads of sweat still clinging to my forehead and suddenly felt her throat go dry. She quickly looked away and asked, "Were you practicing Latin dance just now?" I nodded, with no intention of hiding it. "Yeah, I heard Director Evelyn Yang is coming to our school to cast a Latin dancer. I haven't danced in a long time, so I'm a little rusty." I wasn't worried about Claire thinking too much about it. After all, considering the Parker family's financial situation, the original Ethan could easily have afforded Latin dance lessons. Section. His previous malnutrition had only happened after he returned to the Bennett family and Ryan started tormenting him. Claire didn't question it either. Instead, her mind rapidly searched through everything she knew about Director Evelyn Yang. The military-industrial group owned quite a few entertainment companies, and Claire had attended plenty of award ceremonies. So she did remember the director. She had won quite a few awards and had strong principles of her own. In short, she was a respectable director. "Do you need my help?" Claire asked. I immediately shook my head. No, I'm confident I can do it myself. Between my dancing ability and the acting skills of a former award-winning actor, I could crush Ryan without even trying. Winning that role would be easy. There was no reason to use connections. Besides, I hated owing people favors, especially the Walker family. The next morning, the typhoon disappeared almost as quickly as it had arrived, and the sky was already clear and bright. I let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness the wind had finally died down. At least I wouldn't have to spend another night here, with an entire wall covered in diamonds and jewelry. I was honestly afraid one of them might fall off and crush me in my sleep. Sophia drove the car up to the villa entrance, then walked around and opened the door for me. Mr. Bennett, please get in. I nodded and obediently climbed into the understated yet luxurious Rolls-Royce. Where's Claire? I'd gotten up and eaten breakfast, but hadn't seen her at all before leaving, so I couldn't help asking. Sophia's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel as she desperately searched for the right words. The CEO probably had something urgent at the company and left early. I didn't think much of it. She managed such a massive group almost entirely by herself, so being busy was perfectly normal. When Sophia saw that I believed her, she secretly wiped the sweat from her forehead. She couldn't exactly tell me that Claire was still in her room, frantically studying a guide called 100 Ways to Win Over Your Crush. Just as Sophia had implied, Claire was currently standing by the second-floor window, watching the Rolls-Royce slowly disappear from view. Only then did she turn around and sit back down at her desk. But all she could see in her mind was the boy's slim waist and graceful movements. It was almost like she'd become obsessed. Claire had never considered herself someone ruled by desire. Verse Av AF, companies of valencies, and the family doctor had once suggested she might have an unusually low sex drive. Yet last night, she'd spent the entire night having erotic dreams. The images from those dreams had been so vivid that she'd spent the entire morning taking cold showers, and still hadn't managed to calm herself down. Now, simply thinking about the boy's face was enough to make her body react uncontrollably. Damn, it was the first time in Claire's life that she'd ever cursed out loud. She lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, only when the nicotine filled her mouth and lungs. Did she finally feel like she'd regained control of herself? Claire slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke and let out a bitter laugh. I'm seriously a damn animal. Wait, just wait a little longer, until his college entrance exams were over. I knew absolutely nothing about Claire's thoughts. I walked into the classroom with my backpack over one shoulder, and immediately saw someone I hadn't expected. Jason was sitting there reading a physics book. The moment he looked up and saw me, his eyes lit up. He raised a hand and shouted loudly, "Ethan, over here," as if I didn't already know where my own seat was. Before I could even say anything, Jessica, who was sitting nearby, immediately objected. She slapped the desk angrily. "Why are you calling him Ethan like you're close to him? He's my boss. You're not allowed to call him that." Jason was sitting just to the right of my seat, and even with an aisle separating them, he still glared back at Jessica defiantly. "He's Ethan to me. Why shouldn't I call him that? If you don't like it, come shut me up yourself." Jessica practically bristled and angrily rolled up her sleeves. "No means no. He's my boss and mine alone." "Kakwe." "Then I'll say he's my Ethan and mine alone. Why are you, a grown woman, making such a big deal out of this?" "Oh, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a guy." Ugh, funny. "Don't think I'll lose just because you're a girl. You want to fight? Come on, fine, let's go." I ignored the two idiots rolling up their sleeves and preparing to fight, and calmly sat down at my desk with my backpack. "If you two want to fight, take it outside. Don't do it in front of me. I don't want to get caught in the crossfire." They both instantly quieted down with remarkable synchronization. Jason pouted as he stared at Jessica, sitting beside me, so irritated his teeth nearly ground together. Why had he ever thought this person looked handsome? Had he been blind before, or just completely out of his mind? This guy was obviously nothing more than an overbearing, dictatorial idiot. What right did he have to sit next to Ethan? Only after both of them finally settled down did I ask, "Jason, what are you doing in Class A?" Jason replied, "I've always been good at school. I've consistently ranked in the top 20 of the grade. I was just an idiot before, and threw away my own future for some so-called brotherhood, willingly holding myself back for them." His eyes dimmed slightly as he said that. If the setting had allowed it, he probably would have raised his hand and slapped himself several times. He really had been unbelievably stupid, actually using his own future as something to gamble with. I was slightly surprised when I heard that. I hadn't paid much attention to the grade rankings, so I genuinely hadn't realized Jason was this good academically. Then congratulations on finally coming to your senses. Yeah, thanks, Ethan. Jason grinned brightly. "Oh, right. My parents want to invite you over for dinner." "When are you free?" I asked. "Why would your parents want to invite me? It's not like I did anything. Besides, their family's bankruptcy had been indirectly related to me in the first place." But Jason looked incredibly happy and explained, "I forgot to tell you, Our company has already started operating normally again. It turned out to be a false alarm. And according to my dad, not only did we avoid bankruptcy, we even landed a huge new project. I think your eldest sister helped us too. I don't really know the details, but my parents are both really happy. They keep saying we owe everything to you. Thank you, Ethan. After hearing him out, I could more or less guess what had happened. It looked like Olivia and Claire had seen that Jason sincerely apologized to me, so they decided to spare the Reed family. You don't need to thank me. That was my eldest sister's decision. I didn't really do anything, but please thank your parents for the invitation. When Jason heard that, he thought I was rejecting him and immediately looked disappointed. Ethan, you don't want to come to my house? Do you think I'm only being nice to you because I'm trying to suck up to you? I'm really not. I genuinely like you. I really want to be your friend. He was probably getting too emotional because his voice started trembling near the end and his eyes turned red, like he was about to burst into tears at any second. I hadn't expected one simple sentence from me to make him overthink things this badly. So I quickly explained, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that the college entrance exams are coming up and I need to focus on studying. How about this? I'll come over for dinner as soon as the exams are over, okay? I'd lived 2 lifetimes. So naturally I could tell who was sincere and who wasn't. Jason was clearly treating me with complete sincerity now. I wasn't going to trample all over someone's genuine friendship. Only after hearing that did Jason finally relax, instantly returning to full energy. I knew you were the best, Ethan. I'll text my parents and tell them the good news too. As long as he didn't cry in front of me, I was fine with pretty much anything. But stop calling me Ethan like that all the time. It sounds weird. We're classmates. Just call me by my name normally. Having one person constantly calling me boss was already enough of a headache. If someone else kept calling me Ethan in that tone, people might start thinking I was some kind of gang leader, making rounds among his followers. Jessica finally found her chance to jump back into the conversation. Unwilling to keep being ignored, she immediately chimed in like an eager lackey. Exactly. Boss is my boss alone. My position is unshakable. Don't even think about taking it from me. Before I could finish what I was saying, Jason excitedly cut me off. Ethan, you can't favor girls over guys. Why does she get to call you that while I don't? That's not fair. Jessica grinned, clearly enjoying the chaos. Why else? Because I'm cute, handsome, and lovable. Boss likes me. Ethan, I'm appealing this. Tell me the truth. Do you only like him and not me? Boss, ignore him. He's just jealous because he can't have what I have. Ethan, boss, I felt like my brain had just been shoved inside a beehive. The noise was making my head pound. I finally understood why emperors in ancient times could have so many beautiful consorts and still constantly look exhausted. If they had people fighting for attention in their ears all day, it was already impressive that they didn't die from sheer frustration, unable to take it anymore. I raised a hand and cut them off. Enough. Call me whatever you want, but I have one condition. Starting now, neither of you says another word. Otherwise, I'm throwing you both out. The world finally became peaceful again, but that peace lasted only 5 minutes, until Emily walked past the Class A doorway with Ryan under her protection and shattered it again. Ryan looked especially happy when he saw me. Apparently, he'd already forgotten that he'd nearly been forced to apologize on stage yesterday. He said excitedly, Ethan, you're at school so early. I gave him a flat look and couldn't be bothered responding, but my cold reaction looked completely different in Ryan's eyes. To him, it seemed like nervous guilt. So he continued, Ethan, where did you go last night? We waited for you at home for a long time, but you never came back. Olivia and the rest of us were worried sick. If you're going to stay at someone else's house, you should at least let us know first. And Ethan, you might not know this, but our family is very strict. If you casually spend the night outside, people might start gossiping. He was only one step away from outright calling me shameless to my face. The moment those words came out, not only Jason and Jessica, but even Emily, who was standing beside him, frowned. Jason was the first to lose his patience. With a loud smack, he slammed the book in his hand onto the desk. The sudden noise made Ryan jump. Ryan, what exactly are you trying to say? Who are you making those passive-aggressive comments for? If you've got something to say, then say it clearly. Aren't you tired? You're always talking in circles and taking cheap shots at people. Doesn't it get exhausting? Ryan had been completely focused on me just now, and hadn't even noticed Jason sitting beside me. So, when Jason suddenly fired back at him, he was momentarily stunned. Jason? Why are you in Class A? Jason crossed his arms and lifted his chin, looking every bit like the arrogant heir of the Reed family. I rank in the top 20 of the grade every time. Why wouldn't I be in Class A? Hearing that, Ryan finally remembered that Jason really did have excellent grades and consistently ranked near the top. But what did Jason mean by what he just said? Why was he suddenly taking my side and speaking against him? Had even Jason somehow been bought off by me? No, he wouldn't allow that. Ryan hid the hatred in his eyes and forced a smile, trying his best to look innocent. Jason, aren't we best friends? Jason rolled his eyes and nearly gagged. Best friends? Don't make those words sound disgusting. I really must have been blind before to actually think you were kind and innocent. Now I finally realize how stupid I was. I've got to admit, your skin is pretty damn thick too. Did you already forget that yesterday, under the national flag, I publicly played that recording of you manipulating me? After all that, you still have the nerve to call me your best friend. You might not be embarrassed, but I'm disgusted for you. Ryan's face shifted between red and pale. The classmates gathered around to watch also began whispering. Yeah, I was wondering why Jason suddenly transferred into Class A. So Ryan really did stab him in the back. Didn't Jason expose him in public yesterday? Did you forget? Right. Jason was actually pretty brave. But Ryan really fooled me. I thought he was some innocent little angel. Turns out he's a scheming snake. Listening to the whispers around him, Ryan's expression nearly twisted with rage. And when he remembered how badly he'd been humiliated in front of everyone yesterday, his teeth practically ground together. But with so many people watching, he couldn't lose his temper. He bit down hard on his tongue to force himself to calm down. Then he lowered his eyes and let them slowly turn red. Jason, I know you're not normally the kind of person who corners people like this. Is it because Ethan came back to the Bennett family? And now you think someone with my status isn't good enough for the Reed family anymore? What a perfect way to shift the blame. Classic Ryan. With one sentence, he'd painted Jason as someone obsessed with wealth and status, who only flattered people more powerful than himself. Of course Jason understood exactly what he was doing. But he still arrogantly raised his chin, looking every bit like someone born above others. Yeah, with your current status, you really aren't good enough for me. The heir of Reed Group. So what? Got a problem with that? If you do, keep it to yourself. Hearing that, I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Jason really was something. He'd been Ryan's close friend for years, so he knew exactly where Ryan's weak spots were. Every word went straight for what Ryan cared about most. Sure enough, Ryan's face turned ugly on the spot, but there was nothing he could say. Because Jason wasn't technically wrong. His position really had become awkward. Seeing how furious Ryan was, Jason instantly felt much better. After being used by him over and over, the frustration Jason had carried for so long finally eased considerably. Ryan, you'd better learn to behave from now on. Ethan is generous enough not to bother with you. But I'm petty if I catch you making passive-aggressive digs at him again. Don't blame me for making your life difficult. Ryan trembled with rage. His face twisted as he clenched his teeth hard, looking as though he might lunge forward at any second and tear Jason apart. He knew Jason well. When Jason genuinely cared about someone, he would protect them with everything he had. But when it came to someone he disliked, he would make sure everyone knew it. That was exactly why Ryan had once been willing to keep Jason close. Just like now, Jason didn't care about saving Ryan's pride and was humiliating him in front of everyone. Calm down. He had to stay calm, whether it was me or Jason. Ryan would be at a disadvantage if he confronted us directly, and face-to-face arguments had never been his strength. His whole image was built around being delicate and harmless. He had only barely managed yesterday to make Olivia and Emily believe him again. At a moment like this, he absolutely couldn't let that image collapse. With that thought, He took 2 deep breaths and forcibly suppressed the hatred surging inside him. In an instant his eyes reddened, as if tears might fall at any moment, making him look terribly wronged. Emily, did I say something wrong? Why are Ethan and all of them treating me like this? Jason nearly gagged at the performance. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and leaned toward me. Ethan, you really had it rough before. I honestly didn't realize he was this disgusting. I can't believe I ever fell for this act. I raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, you'll get used to it. The first time I tried green tea, I almost threw up too. Emily stood beside Ryan with an equally dark expression. After hearing Ryan complain, she merely gave a quiet, This time, unlike before, she didn't defend him. Instead, she calmly told Ryan, go back to your classroom. Class is about to start. Ryan froze completely. It felt like he'd thrown a punch into cotton, his face filled with disbelief. Emily? Jason clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. He laughed so hard, tears came out. Ha ha ha! You brewed a whole pot of green tea, and even your own sister thinks it tastes awful. Ha ha ha. Ryan, your little act needs more practice. The sarcastic metaphor was obvious. Jason was calling him a fake innocent angel, pretending to be harmless. And worst of all, even Emily wasn't helping him anymore. Ryan clenched his fists. His neatly trimmed nails dug hard into his palms. A brief sting of pain helped clear his head a little. He couldn't leave now. If he walked away at this moment, everyone would think he was running off with his tail between his legs. He'd become an even bigger joke. No, he had to think of something. He had to save himself and turn things around. Then he turned his head, and his gaze happened to land on Jessica by the window, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes were unreadable, and showed no obvious emotion. Ryan's eyes immediately lit up. Last, right, how had he forgotten about her? Jessica liked him. As long as he asked her for help and showed a little vulnerability, she would definitely take his side. She would definitely speak up for him. He quickly walked over to Jessica's seat by the window, parted his lips, and asked pitifully, Jessica, you believe me, don't you? As long as Jessica believed him, everyone else watching the drama would have to think twice because of her status as the Walker family's second daughter. So what if Jason and I had formed our own side? So what if we openly opposed him? As long as Jessica still liked him, he could continue basking in the status of being the boy Jessica Walker liked and keep shining under that halo. Jessica was completely stunned. How had she somehow become part of the drama she was watching? She instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. When Ryan's face suddenly appeared right in front of her, she was so startled. She nearly jumped out of her seat. Believe you, my ass. Get away from my window. Ryan froze. This wasn't how he'd imagined it going. Jessica, it's me. It's Ryan. You used to bring me milk tea all the time. You like me. Did you forget? Jessica couldn't sit still anymore. She shot straight to her feet and pointed at him in outrage. How dare you spread rumors about me? Believe me, I'll sue you for defamation. Don't think I don't have connections at the courthouse. My third aunt's second uncle's brother-in-law is a court clerk. After blurting all of that out in one breath, she immediately rushed over to me to prove her loyalty. Boss, you have to believe me. I'm yours in life and yours in death. I would never, ever betray you. This guy is, obviously, just jealous of how unbelievably close we are. So he's trying to smear my name. Boss, you have to believe me. I covered my ears, which were practically ringing from all the noise, and snapped, shut up. They weren't exactly speaking quietly. So not only were the students inside the classroom watching, but quite a few students passing through the hallway were secretly looking over as well. After seeing what happened, everyone immediately started whispering among themselves. I always thought Jessica liked Ryan. I kept seeing her bring him milk tea. Turns out that wasn't true. Jessica is so pretty. How could she possibly be interested in Ryan? I always thought that rumor sounded fake. Exactly. And even though Jessica has an older sister, she's still a legitimate heiress from an elite family. Ryan is just the Bennett family's adopted son. How could he possibly be good enough for Jessica? The whispers grew louder and louder, and Ryan's face became paler by the second. He thought viciously that this had to be my doing. It absolutely had to be me. I must have badmouthed him to Jessica. That was why she was treating him so coldly now. Bastard. Unwilling to accept it, He sucked in a breath and said, "Jessica, you really did buy me milk tea before. Everyone in the grade knows about it. You can't deny that, can you?" Milk tea? Jessica thought about it for a long moment before finally remembering. There really had been something like that. Oh, I remember now. Hearing that she remembered, Ryan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately smiled. But Jessica's next words froze that smile completely on his face. "That milk tea was my challenge to Emily. She was always buying you milk tea, wasn't she? So I started buying it too. If hers was half sugar, mine had to be full sugar. If hers was room temperature, mine had to be heated. I couldn't beat her on exams. But there was no way I was going to lose to her at everything else too." As Jessica said that, she even glared indignantly at Emily, making her determination to defeat her obvious. Even I, who had kept a calm expression the entire time, couldn't stop the corner of my mouth from twitching. So this idiot's logic was that if she couldn't beat Emily academically, she'd at least beat her at buying milk tea. Clearly, no one else had expected Jessica's reason to be something like that either. And the whole group burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I knew it. How could Jessica possibly like Ryan? Ha ha ha. Jessica really is something else. I've never seen someone redirect their competitive spirit into something like buying milk tea before. I've got to say, Ryan is pretty full of himself. Does he seriously think he's some irresistible heartthrob? If Jessica liked anyone, she'd obviously like someone like me. My grades might be low, and I might look average, but at least my family background is impressive. After being humiliated over and over again, Ryan finally broke down and burst into tears. I hate all of you. He covered his face and ran away. Once everyone saw that the main person involved had left, there was no more drama to watch, so the crowd quickly dispersed. But at that moment, Emily, who was still standing in the hallway, didn't head toward her own seat. Instead, with a dark expression in her backpack over one shoulder, she walked straight toward my desk. Jessica immediately sensed trouble and jumped to her feet to block Emily's path, protecting me behind her. After all, Emily was famous for spoiling her younger brother. Jessica assumed that after seeing Ryan cry, she had come over to cause trouble for me. "What do you want?" Jessica's voice turned extremely cold. But Emily wasn't intimidated. She merely glanced at her and said, "Move." "No way. If you want to hurt my boss, you'll have to step over my dead body first." What kind of ridiculous middle school anime line was that? I sighed helplessly. "Jessica, sit down. Are you still copying your chemistry homework? Or not? The teacher's collecting it soon." The same person who had looked ready for war a second ago immediately wilted when she heard that. "Copying. I'm copying it right now." Yesterday, she'd spent the entire day playing esports and completely forgotten homework even existed. She hadn't started panicking until she arrived this morning and was currently copying mine. Once she finally behaved, I looked up at Emily as she approached. "What is it?" Emily's face remained expressionless, and her voice was cold. "Why didn't you return my call yesterday?" I blinked and thought for a while before remembering what she meant. Because of the typhoon, I'd spent the night at the Walker house and forgotten to call home. Olivia had called me countless times, and among those calls, I vaguely remembered a few messages from Emily as well. At the time, I'd been focused on letting Olivia know I was safe, and had genuinely forgotten to reply to Emily. "Sorry, I forgot. I thought once I replied to Olivia she'd tell you." "Didn't she?" I asked. I remembered that after I'd told Olivia I was safe, Emily really hadn't sent me any more messages. Olivia must have told her. Emily's face flushed red with anger. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Sure, Olivia had eventually told her that I was fine, but how could that possibly be the same? Hearing it through someone else and hearing it directly from me were obviously completely different things. She had worried about me so much for nothing. Emily snapped angrily, "Fine, you're unbelievable. If I ever treat you like my little brother again, or worry about you again, then I'm a dog." I didn't understand why she'd suddenly gotten so angry. After hesitating for a moment, I still couldn't resist reminding her, "Emily, you don't actually need to say that again. You already said last time that if you ever called me your little brother again, you'd be a dog. I haven't forgotten, so there's really no need to emphasize it again. Fine, you're really something." Emily felt that if she stayed there any longer, I would probably anger her to death. She immediately turned around and stormed off. moving like an enraged lion. I blinked. Why was Emily's mood so unpredictable? I'd done exactly what she'd told me to do. So why did she seem even angrier now? Was she on her period or something? Teenage girls were seriously exhausting. Just as Jason had told me, after the final class ended, the teacher indeed announced the casting news. Everyone, the school just received a notice. That famous director Evelyn Yang will be coming to our school in the next couple of days to select a student who knows Latin dance for a supporting role in her new movie. This is an excellent opportunity to bring honor to our school. So anyone who meets the requirements is encouraged to sign up. After the teacher left, Jason leaned toward me and whispered, "Ethan, this is what I was telling you about. I didn't expect the director to come this quickly. Are you signing up?" I organized the test papers in my hands and slipped them into my desk, then answered, "Yeah." Jason's eyes immediately lit up. "Really?" But then he suddenly remembered something. Ball, and his smile disappeared. A worried expression crossed his face. But Ryan loves showing off, so he'll definitely sign up too. He's actually pretty good at Latin dance. What if he tries something underhanded again? Sorry, Ethan. I was the one who told him about this before. It's my fault. I looked at him in amusement. What does that have to do with you? Even if you hadn't told him, he would have found out once the teacher announced it today. He just happened to learn about it a little earlier. Jason heard me reassuring him. Ill, but still felt guilty. His voice remained heavy with self-blame. But he's definitely going to think of some trick to deal with you. Don't let that innocent little flower act fool you. He's actually full of schemes. You never know what he'll pull next. I nodded in complete agreement. Ryan really did live up to his role as the spoiled favorite raised by my 6 powerful sisters in the original story. He might not have learned much else, but he definitely mastered their talent for scheming. Ethan, why don't I have someone look into it? See if he's really planning something. I might not be hanging around Class D anymore, but I still have some connections. I looked at Jason, acting all mysterious, and nearly laughed. Connections, seriously. Anyone listening would think he was discussing some classified business intelligence. I chuckled. No need. Those little tricks of his aren't capable of causing any real trouble. There's no reason to waste time on him. We just need to handle our own business. In my previous life, I'd survived and thrived in the filthy entertainment industry. I'd faced countless dirty tricks without fear. So why would I be afraid of some inexperienced kid now? Meanwhile, the teacher in Class D had made the exact same announcement. The desk beside Ryan's had originally belonged to Jason, but now a different group of boys crowded around him, loudly flattering Ryan. Back when Jason was still there, they had barely been able to get close to Ryan. Now that Jason was gone, they finally had an opportunity to approach him. Most of the boys in that group came from ordinary working families, or families that ran small businesses. Either way, none of them could compare to the wealthy Bennett family. Even though Ryan was only adopted, he was still attached to an elite family, and getting close to him wasn't an opportunity they wanted to miss. So the moment Jason left, they immediately swarmed Ryan with shameless smiles, hoping to benefit from their connection to the Bennett family. Wow, Ryan. I can't believe you're already level 9 in Latin dance. That's amazing. Yeah, seriously. You're definitely going to get picked. I heard director Evelyn Yang is incredible. Every young actor who's worked under her has ended up becoming famous. If you get selected, you'll be a huge star someday. I'm so jealous, Ryan. Ryan listened to the endless stream of flattery around him, and the anger I'd stirred up earlier finally eased quite a bit. This was how things were supposed to be. Everyone around him should be looking at him with envy and admiration. So what if I was good at school? Once he became a famous actor, he would still be the one bringing glory to the Bennett family. Whenever people mentioned the Bennetts, Ryan would still be the first person they thought of, and by then I would only be fit to stand in his shadow. Just then, a skinny boy, wearing glasses, moles, asked curiously, "Ryan, is your brother going to audition for the Latin dance role too?" The moment Ryan heard my name, disgust flashed through his eyes. What right does he have to? Halfway through the sentence, he suddenly stopped. I didn't know how to dance, so if I entered the audition too, wouldn't I embarrass myself right in front of the director and the school administrators? If that happened, it would indirectly avenge the humiliation of me forcing him to apologize publicly yesterday. At that thought, A cold smile tugged at Ryan's lips, but when he looked up again, he immediately hit it. I think Ethan knows how to dance too. Could you get me another registration form? I'll sign him up while I'm at it. That evening at the Bennett family dinner table, Ryan could barely hide his excitement. He glanced at Olivia, who was calmly eating, and couldn't help saying, Olivia, our teacher told us today that director Evelyn Yang is coming to our school to cast a Latin dancer for a supporting role, and I want to try out. Even though he'd already signed up, Olivia frowned slightly when she heard him, and thought about it for a moment before saying, Evelyn Yang is a respectable director. You can give it a try. But the Bennett family has no involvement in the entertainment industry, so you'll have to earn the role yourself. In other words, she wasn't going to give him any help at all. Ryan brightened when Olivia gave him permission, and nodded happily. Don't worry, Olivia. I can do it. I'm confident about this role. And don't forget, I'm already level 9 in Latin dance. As he said that, he lifted his chin proudly, his face filled with confidence and arrogance. To be fair, he really did resemble a proud swan. Olivia gave a faint, and added, just don't let it interfere with your grades. The college entrance exam is coming up. Ryan nodded obediently. I know, Olivia. Olivia didn't say anything else. When it came to Ryan, her current approach was basically to let him do his own thing, while keeping a certain distance. As long as he didn't cause trouble, supporting him didn't cost much anyway. After all, he'd still grown up as part of the Bennett family. Whatever kind of person he truly was, the family still had appearances to maintain. Ethan, have some shrimp. Olivia casually pushed a peeled shrimp toward me. I looked at the perfectly peeled, translucent shrimp she'd placed in front of me, then looked down at the mangled shrimp in my own hand, which looked like it had been brutally dismembered. I immediately chose Olivia's. She'd peeled it for me anyway, so why waste it? I grinned, my eyes curving with amusement. Thanks, Olivia. Then I picked it up with my chopsticks and ate it without hesitation. Seeing that I liked it made Olivia happy too. She smiled softly. Eat slowly. There's no rush. If you like it, I'll peel more for you. Ryan watched the warm scene unfold, and the good mood he just recovered vanished completely. His teeth clenched with jealousy. Olivia used to peel shrimp for him and gently remind him to eat more. But ever since I came back, I'd effortlessly stolen Olivia's affection from him. Damn that bastard. Ryan took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to tear me apart. Then he forced himself to speak. Oh, right. I just remembered, Ethan. I signed you up too. I saw that there were limited spots, and I was worried you might not hear about it. It would have been a shame if you missed the chance. My hand paused halfway to my mouth with the shrimp, and I couldn't help rolling my eyes. Ryan wasn't worried I'd missed the opportunity. He was worried I wouldn't get the chance to humiliate myself. That was more like it. I'd been busy all day, and hadn't gone around to asking the teacher for a registration form yet. Ryan was somehow even more enthusiastic about it than I was. Olivia frowned at Ryan, clearly displeased. Who told you to make decisions for him? Ryan had already prepared himself to be scolded, but when Olivia's sharp gaze landed on him, he still couldn't help shivering. I was just afraid Ethan would miss the opportunity, so I helped him sign up. I quickly stopped Olivia before she got any angrier. It's fine, Olivia. He already signed me up, so I'll just go. It'll be good experience anyway. I've lived this long, and I've never actually seen how a director conducts auditions. Olivia looked at me with obvious concern. But that director is known for being brutally straightforward. I'm worried you might have trouble dealing with her. How about this? I'll ask Ava. She worked with this director on a movie before. Maybe she can put in a good word for you. And if that doesn't work, I'll invest in the movie myself. If you really want to act, I have plenty of ways to get you into that production. I was completely stunned. So this was what it felt like to be spoiled by an insanely powerful sister? Thanks, Olivia. But really there's no need. Meanwhile, Ryan gripped his chopsticks viciously until his fingertips turned white. The rosewood chopsticks looked like they might snap in half. His eyes were overflowing with jealousy. Why was it that when it came to him, Olivia said the Bennett family had no connections in entertainment and couldn't help him, but when it came to me, she was willing to throw money at the production just to force me into the cast? Why was Olivia so biased? What exactly did I have that he didn't? This time, he was going to amaze everyone. He would perform perfectly and make Olivia understand. Who was really capable of bringing honor to the Bennett family? After returning to his room, Ryan took out his phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, the call connected. A low, magnetic voice, filled with obvious affection, came through the phone. "Ryan? What made you call me?" Ryan immediately began whining pitifully. "Grace, Olivia and Emily are bullying me. They don't love me anymore. I'm so upset." The person on the other end was the Bennett family's second daughter, Grace Bennett. She was currently the final personal student of Daniel Lawrence, one of the country's most renowned designers. He was also a member of one of the most influential design teams in the country. Despite her young age, she'd already won countless domestic and international awards in fashion design, as well as styling and image design, earning her the reputation of being a true darling of the fashion world. What happened? Hearing Ryan complain, Grace was momentarily confused. Doesn't Olivia usually spoil you the most? Why would she bully you? At that question, Ryan's eyes filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth. It's all because of Ethan. The first time Grace heard the name, he didn't immediately remember who it was. "Ethan," Ryan only then realized his tone had sounded wrong, and hurriedly corrected himself. "No, I mean my brother." "Grace, did you forget? Ethan is my brother, the one who just came back." Once Ryan explained, Grace finally remembered that biological younger brother who had been lost outside the family and had only recently been brought back was apparently named Ethan. No wonder the name had sounded familiar. Grace had been away this entire time, working at her studio. So ever since that younger brother returned, she hadn't actually met him once. She didn't even know what he looked like. Listening to Ryan complain so pitifully, Grace could roughly guess that the return of their biological brother must have caused plenty of changes at home. That so-called biological brother apparently had quite a talent for driving wedges between people. He hadn't even been back for long. Yet somehow, even Olivia, with her normally fair and principled personality, had already been influenced by him. Ryan must have been having a hard time. Grace immediately developed some dislike for the younger brother she'd never even met, and comforted Ryan. "Don't be upset. Olivia and Emily are just blind to people's true nature. I'll always be on your side." Seeing that he'd achieved his goal, Ryan immediately brightened and said sweetly, "Thanks, Grace. I knew you were the best." Hearing his mood improve, Grace relaxed as well, and her voice softened. "You didn't call me just to complain, did you? Do you need me to help you with something?" "Grace, you're seriously so smart. I do need one small favor. Could you send me a really beautiful Latin dance outfit?" Then he told her about the school's casting audition for the Latin dance role and briefly explained the situation. The moment Grace heard it, she agreed without hesitation. "Of course. I'll make sure you get the most gorgeous dance costume so you can amaze everyone." "Wow, thank you, Grace. I knew you were the best." After hanging up the phone, Grace let out a long sigh and rubbed her tightly furrowed brows. Her features were exquisitely refined, with a high, elegant nose and clear amber eyes that carried an unmistakably aristocratic air. But this strikingly beautiful woman was currently dressed in wrinkled clothes, with her hair tangled into a complete mess and dark circles beneath her eyes. It was obvious she'd been suffering from insomnia and barely resting. A heavy gloom seemed to hang around her. Just then, someone who looked like her assistant walked in carrying a cup of coffee and placed it on her desk. The assistant asked worriedly, "Grace, you still haven't found any inspiration? There are only 5 days left until the competition, and we still haven't designed a single decent outfit. We can't keep going like this." Grace ran her fingers through her hair, making the already bird's nest-like mess even worse. "All right, I know. I'm trying to find inspiration, aren't I?" The assistant sighed. "Fine. Take your time. I'll head out first." "Wait," Grace called her back. "Go get the dance costume called Breeze Under the Moon." The assistant froze. "What?" "That costume just won an award. A lot of major celebrities have been begging to rent it." "Who are you giving it to?" "My little brother has an audition. I'm sending it to him to wear." "Enough questions. Go get it." Although the assistant clearly didn't want to, she didn't dare disobey. All right. Once Ryan knew Grace was helping him, he relaxed considerably and became even more confident that he could beat me. Just then, a short-haired teacher carrying a notebook walked over to him and asked, "You're Ryan Bennett, right? I'm the teacher responsible for managing the auditorium. You signed up for the audition, correct?" Ryan nodded. "Yes." The teacher explained, "Here's the situation. We're asking every student auditioning what kind of stage effects they'll need. For example, do you want dry ice to create atmosphere? Or maybe streamers or bubbles? The school is taking this audition very seriously, so we'll try our best to accommodate each student's requests." Ryan nodded. To show he understood, "Then, sir, I'll just need streamers." The short-haired teacher nodded and wrote it down in the notebook. "All right, I've added it. Good luck with your audition." He turned to leave when Ryan suddenly thought of something and quickly called after him, "Sir, I just remembered. I have some specific requirements for the color of the streamers. How about this? I'll write them down for you. Then you can just have the school purchase exactly what I need." The teacher nodded and handed him the notebook. "Sure." Ryan took the notebook and casually glanced over the list. Immediately, he spotted my name and saw that the word streamers was written beside it too. Heh. So I was actually taking this seriously. I even dared choose the same stage effect as him. Ryan clenched his jaw, wrote down 2 words, and handed the notebook back to the teacher with a smile. "Thank you, sir." The teacher didn't suspect anything and walked away with the notebook. "You're welcome." Ryan narrowed his eyes as a bold idea suddenly formed in his mind, since I was overestimating myself and trying to become a swan too. Then he would make sure this swan was stained filthy black from head to toe. Let's see how I performed a sacred white swan after that. Ryan had performed in the school auditorium many times before, so he knew the backstage area extremely well. Replacing the streamer liquid with black ink would be child's play for him. Last time, that idiot Jason had failed to win the bet, and I'd managed to take the victory. So he hadn't been able to expose my supposedly ugly face to everyone. But this time, once black ink splashed all over my white costume and knocked away the oversized glasses I used like a shield, he refused to believe I could keep hiding my ugly face. Then I'd truly humiliate myself beyond recovery. Let's see how you turn this around, Ethan. The day of the audition soon arrived. All the school administrators and representatives gathered in the auditorium to accompany Director Evelyn Yang while she selected the actor. It was obvious the school was taking the audition extremely seriously. I was wearing a custom-made Latin dance costume. That made my entire figure look slender and elegant. My pale skin paired with the pure white costume made me look almost like an ethereal figure who had descended into the mortal world. The only exception was that my face was still hidden behind those enormous glasses, and my heavy bangs made my features impossible to see clearly. They had almost become a form of camouflage for me. Jessica and Jason crowded around me, showering me with exaggerated compliments. "Wow, wow, wow, Ethan, you look insanely handsome. I was going to help you find a dance costume. I didn't expect, Olivia, to have one prepared for you already. Boss, you seriously look like a god walking among mortals today. Do you have any education at all? It's called a handsome guy descending from heaven. Isn't a handsome guy basically a god? You're the uneducated one, okay?" Seeing that the two of them were about to start fighting again, I quickly raised a hand to stop them. "Enough. Don't you two still have class? Go back first. I'll return to the classroom after my audition." Jason smiled but didn't move and explained, "Ethan, our next period is self-study. We brought the worksheets the teacher assigned. We'll sit here, study, and cheer you on." Jessica immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing how determined they were, I sighed. "Fine, but keep a low profile. And don't cause any trouble, understood?" Both of these idiots had explosive tempers. I was genuinely afraid that if I somehow failed the audition, they might rush up and crack Director Yang over the head. I wouldn't feel safe unless I warned them beforehand. Jason and Jessica both made an okay gesture, looking unbelievably obedient. Meanwhile, around a corner backstage, Ryan was also surrounded by a crowd like the center of attention. Everyone stared at the stunning, extravagant dance costume covered in tiny diamonds, with envy in their eyes. "Wow, Ryan, is that really the famous Breeze Under the Moon costume? It looks exactly like the one in the magazines. I heard tons of celebrities can't even rent it. Seriously, Ryan, you look amazing today. You're definitely going to steal the show. I'm so jealous you have such an incredible second sister." Ryan basked in everyone's admiration and envy. his voice carrying obvious superiority. "Don't touch it. The diamonds on this costume are all real. Every single one is worth a fortune." The boys around him immediately pulled back the hands they'd been reaching toward it. Just then, the skinny boy from before, Joe, suddenly noticed something, pointed. "Ryan, look, isn't that your brother?" He really came to audition. Ryan followed the direction of his finger and immediately spotted me, standing between Jason and Jessica. One glance was enough for him to tell that what I was wearing was also an elite custom-made dance costume. Although it wasn't as expensive as his, it had still been created by a famous designer, and definitely wasn't cheap. Olivia must have prepared that costume for me. Ever since Olivia learned that Ryan was auditioning, she hadn't once asked whether he needed a costume, yet she'd secretly prepared one for me. The thought nearly suffocated him with jealousy. His fingers clenched tightly around the hem of his own costume, and the tiny diamonds dug into his palm. The faint sting helped him regain some composure. "Did you finish what I told you to do?" The skinny boy nodded. "The ink has already been put in." "But," Ryan frowned, "but what?" "The principal and all the school administrators are sitting down there. If they trace this back to us, we'll definitely be disciplined. We're about to graduate. If we get a disciplinary record now, no good university is going to want us." His voice was filled with fear and anxiety. It was obvious he was already regretting it. Ryan sneered and snapped, "There aren't any security cameras backstage. They can't catch us. Besides, Ethan will be the one embarrassing himself, and he'll be the one making the school look bad. If anyone gets punished, it won't be us." "But what if," seeing him hesitate, Ryan immediately became furious. "What if you're that scared, then forget it. Give back the designer watch. And sneakers I gave you." No. The boy panicked when he saw Ryan getting angry and quickly waved his hands. "Ryan, don't be mad. I was just saying, I'm still on your side." Only after seeing him lower himself and apologize did Ryan's expression improve. Money really could make people do anything. All he had to do was give them a few benefits, and they'd eagerly do his dirty work. So what if the principal got furious and ordered a full investigation? Ryan wasn't the one who physically did it. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. "You're finished this time, Ethan." Coincidentally, Ryan and I had drawn numbers 44 and 45, making us the second to last and last performers. Just before Ryan went on stage, he happened to run into me. Waiting backstage and getting ready, I couldn't tell whether it was because he was especially confident he'd be chosen, or because he saw that no one from the Bennett family was around, and finally let his true nature show. Either way, all that usual delicate, pitiful behavior disappeared, and he looked completely arrogant and superior. "I didn't expect you to actually have the nerve to show up for the audition." I raised an eyebrow, not taking his mockery seriously at all. "You went through so much trouble to sign me up. If I didn't come, wouldn't that be terribly ungrateful of me?" Ryan refused to back down. "Too bad. This role is mine," I replied casually. "What a coincidence." I was thinking the same thing. Neither of us was willing to lower our heads, and sparks practically flew when our gazes collided. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then, the host's voice came from outside. "Please welcome contestant number 44 to the stage. Contestant number 45 will also be performing the Latin dance piece, Swan Lake. Contestant number 45, please prepare backstage." Only then did Ryan scoff and turn toward the stage. A beautiful melody began playing. As bright stage lights poured over him, he turned elegantly, leaping and spinning. I had to admit, his Latin dance foundation was solid and polished. He really was pretty good. Standing backstage, I watched his entire graceful performance with my arms crossed, and almost wanted to applaud him myself. The performance was nearly flawless. Even I couldn't find much to criticize, especially at the end, when Ryan managed 40 consecutive fouette turns. His technical skill was genuinely impressive, just like in the original novel. Ryan's performance clearly impressed director Evelyn Yang. She nodded, then turned and quietly said something to the screenwriter beside her. She looked quite satisfied. Naturally, Ryan noticed her reaction too. He walked off stage on his toes with his chin raised proudly, looking as though he'd already won. As he passed me, he mocked, "You don't even need to go out there. I already won." At that moment, the host's voice came through the speakers. "Contestant number 45, please take the stage and perform the Latin dance piece, Swan Lake." It was the exact same piece Ryan had performed. But instead of immediately going on stage, I turned toward Ryan with a cold smile on my lips. "Is that so? Then remember exactly how you feel right now, because that feeling won't belong to you for much longer." Only then did I turn and walk onto the stage. Seeing how completely I disregarded him, Ryan angrily stomped. Had I ever even seen proper Latin dance? Had I ever learned it? What gave me the confidence to talk to him like that? Fine, he'd wait and see who embarrassed himself. Through my lenses, I looked out at the auditorium, which was already packed with people. There were students and teachers everywhere. I'd drawn the final audition slot, and by now, classes had already ended for the day. So curious students had poured in to watch the auditions. Fortunately, I'd experienced far bigger stages in my previous life, so I didn't feel the slightest bit nervous in front of such a large audience. The music began. I rose onto my toes, spun with the melody that seemed carved into my very bones, moving my arms and waist with the rhythm. At that moment, it felt like I'd returned to my previous life, to that spacious dance studio, where my teacher stood beside me, patiently drilling every lesson into me, while I followed the movements he'd taught me and spun freely across the floor. Jason stared at me turning gracefully on stage, his eyes practically bulging out. Holy crap. Ethan really has been hiding his skills. This is practically God-tier dancing. Jessica, sitting beside him, was clapping so hard her palms were almost red. Beautiful? Amazing. That's insane. At some point, Emily had also appeared in a corner of the auditorium. She stared at me shining on stage, her eyes filled with astonishment. Then, just as the music reached the first major section, and streamers were supposed to fall from above, there was suddenly a rapid splattering sound as black liquid poured down, staining both the floor and my white costume. The contrast was impossible to ignore. The entire auditorium erupted in shock and whispers. "Oh my God, what is that? It's black and looks disgusting. I think it's ink. Look, even the floor is turning black." Jessica shot to her feet the moment she saw it. "What the hell? Who did that?" Seeing her about to lose control, Jason quickly grabbed her. "Don't do anything stupid. Don't make things harder for Ethan. But, no buts. If you rush up there now, this whole thing turns into a full-blown stage accident. The director will be furious. Trust him. Ethan will figure something out." Even as Jason said it, his whole body was trembling with anger. But he didn't dare react recklessly, because he was afraid of putting me in an even worse position. All he could do was pray that I'd find a way out of this crisis. Meanwhile, I stood on stage, suddenly drenched in black ink, and froze for a moment, too. Weren't those supposed to be streamers? How had they turned into ink? I wasn't stupid, and almost instantly figured out who was behind such a cheap little trick. No wonder Ryan had been so confident earlier. So this was what he'd been waiting for. I lifted my gaze toward backstage, and met Ryan's mocking smile. It looked like the triumphant declaration of a winner. "Let's see what you do now." I gave a cold laugh, and raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. How childish. He actually thought a trick like this was worth showing off. Did he really believe this was enough to beat me? The music was still playing. The steps that should have carried me into another spin suddenly stopped. I slowly lowered my shoulders, and softened my movements. A deep sense of sorrow seemed to settle over my entire body at that moment. The screenwriter beside director Evelyn Yang looked at what seemed like a ridiculous stage accident, and immediately lost interest. He frowned. "Director Yang, let's go. I think contestant 44 already performed perfectly. He's a great fit for the role. There's no point watching number 45 anymore." At such an important audition, they actually used ink like some kind of joke. This is supposed to be a Latin dance audition, but Evelyn suddenly raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, keep watching." Her sharp eyes narrowed slightly. As she stared at the stage, he could feel that the rhythm of my performance had changed. I was no longer dancing Swan Lake. I was dancing The Dying Swan. The music itself was still bright and uplifting, it said, but through my movements and the aura surrounding me, I forced an overwhelming sense of tragedy into it. The entire tone of the dance became filled with the sorrow of approaching death, the black ink staining. My costume somehow seemed to make the performance even more vivid, as if the audience were watching the swan's life slowly drain away. Just when everyone thought the entire dance would continue, along the tragic rhythm of the dying swan until the end, the swan collapsed on the ground, as though suddenly catching sight of one last chance to survive. It struggled to leap and spin, fighting desperately against death's claws and the filthy mud, trying with everything it had to fly toward the light. It was being reborn. At last, dawn arrived, and the transformation was complete. The white costume had become a black one, and the swan had successfully dragged itself free from the mire, soaring into the sky. Now the black stains covering my body looked less like filth and more like metals earned through rebirth. At some point, I had removed the glasses smeared with ink, and my heavy bangs, soaked by the liquid, had been swept behind my ears. My striking, refined features were exposed before everyone for the first time. The music stopped, the dance ended. The entire auditorium fell silent. Everyone had been completely stunned by the visual spectacle, as though they were afraid that if they made a sound, the elegant, handsome boy before them might truly spread his wings and fly away like a swan. Then someone suddenly started clapping, let out a loud whistle, and shouted, "School heartthrob." The previously silent auditorium instantly exploded. Applause, screams, and whistles filled the entire space. Yet somehow, everyone's shouting became perfectly synchronized. "School heartthrob, school heartthrob, school heartthrob, holy crap. Who the hell said the top student in our grade was ugly? Come out here and take your beating." That face, that presence. Calling him just the school heartthrob feels like an insult. "Mom, I think I'm in love." Someone slapped me. I swear I just saw an angel descend from heaven. Did he just smile at me? I'll slap you myself. Smile at you? Go look in a mirror at that acne-covered face of yours. And then try saying that again. For a moment, I felt as though I were seeing the crazed fans from the peak of my career in my previous life again. I smiled playfully, my captivating amber eyes sweeping across the crowd. I was very satisfied with the shock my performance had created, especially when I glanced backstage and saw Ryan looking like he was about to pass out from rage. My smile became even brighter, just as I was about to bow and leave the stage. Director Evelyn Yang suddenly raised a hand to stop me. "Wait, young man, I have a few questions for you." I stopped and nodded obediently, calm and composed. "Director Yang, please, go ahead. Was that entire transition after the ink came down something you designed yourself?" I smiled. "Of course not. But now, it is." There was an obvious hidden meaning in my words. Evelyn had been in the entertainment industry for years, so she immediately understood what I meant. Someone had clearly sabotaged this kid, but the fact that I could react so quickly on the spot genuinely surprised her and made her opinion of me rise even further. Then she asked, "Can I ask what you were trying to express through that performance?" Black clearly represented death. So why did your performance eventually turn into rebirth? I thought for a moment, then raised my head calmly. The end of life is nothing more than one kind of death, and the meaning of death can be rebirth or eternity. Death isn't necessarily the loss of life. Sometimes it's simply stepping beyond time. In the dying swan, what dies in the end is only the swan's body. But what rises again through rebirth is its spirit and its longing. How can that truly be defined as death? This was the swan's transformation, and it was also mine. Let the storm rage as fiercely as it wants. The mountain will still stand beneath the passing wind. The storm may be death itself, or it may be petty people playing dirty tricks. But so what? In the end, I still transformed. I still came back stronger. Good. Very good. What a line. Let the storm rage as fiercely as it wants. The mountain will still stand beneath the passing wind. Evelyn sprang to her feet excitedly and applauded, her eyes filled with admiration and excitement. "Young man, leave us your phone number. We'll contact you privately afterward." I nodded and bowed. "Thank you, Director Yang." In the very last row of the auditorium sat a man wearing a face mask with messy bird's nest hair, and his eyes lit up too. He quietly repeated the line to himself. Let the storm rage, the mountain will still stand. Meanwhile, the moment I stepped off stage, I spotted Ryan not far away. I curled my lips and walked over, with an amused smile. Thanks for going through all that trouble to help me complete such a perfect performance. And thanks for helping me become the school's new heartthrob too. Ryan's chest heaved with fury, and his expression twisted, until he looked almost demonic. He was genuinely about to explode. He'd never imagined that the trap he designed would actually help me succeed. It was driving him insane. My goal achieved. I stopped paying attention to him and turned away with my head held high. But after only a few steps, a powerful force suddenly pulled me into someone's arms. The person hugged me tightly, their arms tightening around me, like chains trying to fuse me into their very body. Ethan, little brother, I had already started to raise my hand for a shoulder throw, but froze the moment I heard the voice. It was Emily. What was she doing now? Didn't you say I wasn't your little brother? And that if you ever admitted I was your little brother again, you'd be a dog? I asked. Woof, woof, woof. 3 loud barks rang out without the slightest hesitation. Emily kept her face buried against my shoulder. If barking was what it took, then she'd bark. At this moment, forget being a dog. She would have called herself dog poop if that was what it took. Maybe even she couldn't believe it. But while I had been on stage just now, performing the death of the swan, it had been reborn. But whoa. In her previous life, after dealing with my remains, she had driven home. But just after turning out of the cemetery, a large truck had crashed into her head-on, and when she opened her eyes again, she'd arrived here and seen her little brother alive, standing right in front of her. But when she remembered how she had already said so many horrible things to me in this life, she wanted to beat herself to death. Still, beating herself could wait. Her living, handsome, little brother was in her arms now, and she never wanted to let go. Little brother, I'll treat you well from now on. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. At that moment, Jessica and Jason rushed backstage excitedly, ready to celebrate with me, but froze when they saw Emily hugging me. Once they came to their senses, they immediately rushed forward and pulled her away. Then both of them moved in perfect sync and shielded me, like 2 mother hens protecting a chick. They stared at Emily, with suspicion in their eyes. What are you trying to do now? Did your precious little brother lose the audition? So you came here to cause trouble for Ethan? After all, both of them knew that Emily was famous for doting on the Bennett family's adopted son, Ryan. Emily had finally gotten to see and hug her real little brother again, and she hadn't even held me long enough before these 2 annoying people suddenly dragged her away. Her eyes filled with displeasure, and even her tone turned colder. Move! Jason and Jessica were startled by how suddenly powerful her aura had become, and even felt a little intimidated. I let out a long sigh and reached out to push the 2 of them aside. All right, school's already over. You 2 should go home. I need to head home too, but the 2 of them still didn't move. They were clearly worried as they stared at Emily's gloomy expression, afraid she really had come to cause trouble. Ethan, why don't you take my family's car home? Emily definitely came here to get revenge for Ryan. She never liked me before, so there's no way she's here with good intentions. Emily was already annoyed at them for pulling her away from her little brother before she'd gotten enough of the hug. And now she heard them trying to take her little brother away right in front of her. Her face practically turned green with rage, and she breathed heavily. If she hadn't just been reborn and been afraid of causing trouble for me, she would have slapped them already and taught these 2 brats how to behave. I knew Jason meant well, but I didn't think it was necessary. Besides, I couldn't sense any obvious hostility from Emily. The 2 of them were clearly overthinking it. So I refused. It's fine. Really, nothing's wrong. You 2 should go home. I know what I'm doing. Hearing the firmness in my voice, they finally stopped arguing and left while looking back every few steps. Before leaving, they reminded me again and again to be careful. The way they talked made Emily sound like some kind of kidnapper. After the 2 of them left, Emily looked painfully at the ink covering my body. Then she immediately took off her jacket and draped it over me. I froze at the gesture and refused. I still have my school uniform in the backstage lounge. It's clean. I'll go change. I'd only changed into this dance costume before going on stage, and I'd arrived wearing my school uniform, So the uniform was still clean for now. My whole body was covered in ink, and there was no way I could properly wash everything here. I could only rinse my face with some clean water. My exposed arms and hair were dark enough that the ink wasn't particularly noticeable there. I'd have to wash everything else properly once I got home. When I came out after changing, I found Emily still standing outside the door, like a guard. I looked at her in surprise. "You haven't left?" The moment Emily saw me come out, the hard lines of her face softened. She was just about to speak when her gaze accidentally fell on my exposed knees, and her brows immediately furrowed. "What happened to your legs?" The school uniform had short sleeves and shorts, so there was no way to hide my knees. They were badly swollen and red, and against my pale skin, they looked even more alarming. I lowered my head and looked at them, only then realizing how swollen they were. I remained calm and didn't think much of it. It probably happened while I was dancing just now. There were a few moves where I had to drop onto my knees, so I must have hit the floor too hard. "It's fine. It'll probably be mostly better by tomorrow." But Emily looked heartbroken. She crouched down and gently rubbed my knee, then asked softly, "Does it hurt?" I had never been the overly delicate type, and this little injury meant nothing to me. "No, it's swollen this badly and you're still saying it doesn't hurt? You're just being stubborn." Emily's eyes reddened from how distressed she felt, especially because she'd only just been reborn. Every time she closed her eyes, she could still see me, lying lifeless inside a coffin. The terror of that memory nearly swallowed her whole. "No, we're going to the hospital," Emily said firmly. I blinked. "It's fine. It's only a little swollen. It really doesn't hurt. No, we're going to the hospital." I had no idea what had gotten into Emily today. She had, suddenly, started acting completely unlike herself. I was about to look up and ask what was wrong, but instead, I met her red, heartbroken eyes. She looked like she might cry at any moment. I immediately gave up and softened my tone. "Fine, we'll go to the hospital." Only then did Emily finally relax, and the tension surrounding her eased considerably. She crouched down and said softly, "Get on, I'll carry you out." I hesitated again. "Hurry up," Emily urged. "If you won't let me carry you on my back, I'll carry you bridal style out of the school." She definitely didn't sound like she was joking. She looked dead serious. I imagined the scene for a moment during the crowded after-school rush. Kingston High's top student, Emily Bennett, carrying a filthy boy out of the school in her arms. That image alone felt worthy of some gossip headline. Being that I still hadn't moved, Emily assumed I didn't want a piggyback ride, and was just about to straighten up and carry me bridal style instead. I hurriedly climbed onto her back. "Piggyback. I'll take the piggyback ride." Only then did Emily smile in satisfaction. Her happiness was impossible to hide. Even the corners of her brows lifted cheerfully. But the longer I lay against her back, the stranger it felt. Emily was acting way too differently today. Why had she suddenly become so nice to me? Even Jason and Jessica knew that normally. The person Emily spoiled the most was Ryan. Logically, she should have gone to comfort Ryan right now. Unable to hold back my curiosity, I finally asked, "What's gotten into you today? Why are you suddenly treating me so well? This really isn't like you." Emily's body visibly stiffened for a moment when she heard my question. Then she said, "I was blind to people's true nature before. From now on, you're my only little brother, and you'll be the only one I ever spoil." Chris, her tone was fierce, almost through gritted teeth. Those words weren't only an explanation for me, they were also a warning to herself, to the soul that had been given another chance at life. She refused to be foolish again in this lifetime. She would protect the person on her back no matter what. Her words left me stunned. "Emily, you don't have to be that hard on yourself." Although, deep down, I really did think she'd been pretty stupid before. After I said that, Emily didn't reply. She simply lowered her head and silently carried me forward. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on the back of my hand. I looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't even set yet. So where had that drop of rain come from? Wait, maybe it wasn't rain. A possibility suddenly occurred to me, and I leaned forward in disbelief. Sure enough, I saw Emily's swollen, misty eyes. My eyes widened. "Emily, are you crying?" Emily looked embarrassed after being caught, and quickly turned her face away. "No, I'm not crying." Her voice was clearly nasal and trembling. At that moment, I suddenly found her kind of adorable. I couldn't resist teasing her. "Are you crying because I called you Emily again? Were you that touched?" I'd only said it casually, because I wanted to tease her a little. But to my surprise, Emily actually answered, I completely froze. For a moment, I genuinely didn't know what to say. You don't have to be moved enough to cry. After all, you already barked like a dog. If I still refused to call you my sister after that, wouldn't I be the unreasonable one? Ryan didn't take the Bennett family's car home, and Emily didn't ask about it either. She took me to have my leg checked, then brought me straight home. Even though I repeatedly told her, in no uncertain terms, that my leg was perfectly fine, and that I could even jump around if I wanted, Emily simply refused to believe me. She insisted on carrying me. The two of us ended up in a complete standoff inside the car. I rubbed my forehead and said helplessly, "Emily, I'm really fine. It's only a short walk. I can make it inside." Emily's expression stayed cold. "No. The doctor just said you can't make any big movements. Walking isn't a big movement." I said no, so no. "Come here, I'll carry you out." No. In the end, even the driver couldn't bear watching anymore, and cautiously stepped in as a mediator. "Mr. Bennett, Miss Emily is only worried about you. Why don't you let her carry you inside? The distance isn't far, but there's a narrow stone path in the middle. It'd be bad if you knocked your leg against something again." I looked at Emily. She was standing rigidly by the car door, with an exceptionally determined expression. It looked like, if I didn't agree, she would stand there forever. At that moment, I suddenly felt, that maybe the Emily who used to constantly oppose me had actually been easier to deal with. I sighed and finally surrendered, then stretched out my arms. "Fine. Carry me. We're at home anyway." It doesn't matter if the family sees. Emily's previously cold expression immediately brightened like the sky after a storm. She practically bounced forward and carefully gathered me into her arms, lifting me effortlessly. "I think you should just stop walking from now on. I'll carry you to school and back every day. We're in the same class anyway. It'd be convenient. I bruised my leg. I didn't lose it. And what if I need to use the bathroom? Are you going to carry me there too?" I was only trying to argue against her ridiculous idea. But to my surprise, Emily actually frowned and seriously considered the problem. After a moment, she really came up with something. "Then how about we hire 2 male attendants to accompany you at school? If you need the bathroom, they can carry you there." I rolled my eyes. How would that look normal? Emily answered confidently, "Why wouldn't it? In ancient times, young heirs from wealthy families had attendants when they went to school. It's not like our family can't afford it." I snapped, "Shut up." The more she talked, the more ridiculous her ideas became. The two of us bickered all the way into the villa. But the moment we stepped inside, we immediately sensed that something was wrong. The servants, who should have been busy with their own work, were all gathered outside, standing with their heads lowered and not daring to move. The living room floor was an absolute mess, and near the entrance stood a cardboard box, filled with all kinds of belongings. One glance was enough for me to recognize that everything inside belonged to me. Before I could even speak, Emily exploded first. "What the hell is going on?" None of the servants dared move, and not a single person spoke. Just then, a crisp, sweet female voice came from the sofa. "You're finally back." I followed the sound and saw a woman wearing a black trench coat. Her seductive almond-shaped eyes carried a lazy charm, and she had a tall, graceful figure. She should have looked like an elegant beauty, but her hair was currently slightly disheveled, making her appearance seem strangely out of place. Beside her, Ryan's eyes were red, and he pitifully clutched her sleeve, looking as though he'd just finished crying. I clearly saw the woman's eyes light up the instant she noticed me. There was a distinct spark in them, but then Ryan immediately sobbed beside her and tugged at her sleeve. Her expression instantly turned cold again. Seeing that, I raised an eyebrow. I could already roughly guess what was going on. "Grace, have you lost your mind? Why are you messing with Ethan's things?" Emily's face flushed red with anger, but even with Emily furious, Grace remained completely calm. She lazily tilted her head and said expressionlessly, "Emily, it's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten how to address your older sister? Besides," she looked toward me in Emily's arms, and a hint of mockery flashed across her face. I only have one little brother, and that's Ryan. The way she looked at me made me deeply uncomfortable. There wasn't only dislike in her gaze. There was also an indescribable sense of scrutiny. That kind of look, as if she were trying to pry into someone's inner thoughts, made her hostility feel especially obvious. I didn't like it at all. Emily was instantly furious and snapped back, "Are you blind? Can't you tell who actually looks like you?" Grace smiled faintly. "Being blind is still better than being an idiot." "Who are you calling an idiot?" Emily practically jumped in anger. "Whoever answers." Their argument grew fiercer by the second, and Emily was clearly about to rush forward and start fighting. I quickly stopped her. "Wait, Emily. Put me down first." If she forgot she was still holding someone and charged forward, I'd end up becoming collateral damage. And I had actually guessed correctly. The furious Emily really had forgotten she was still holding her own brother. After I reminded her, she hurriedly placed me on a clean section of the sofa and reassured me, "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you." The moment the words left her mouth, before I could stop her, she shot forward like a missile, and charged straight at Grace. Her fist slammed into Grace's face. Grace took the punch head on and completely froze. Clearly, she hadn't expected Emily to actually start a fight. Grace wiped the thin trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and shouted angrily, "Emily, are you seriously hitting me for real?" Emily had already been furious before, and now there was no stopping her. She immediately threw another punch. "How else am I supposed to knock all that water out of your brain?" Grace had only taken the first punch because she hadn't been prepared. This time, she easily dodged the second one. Grace was considerably older than Emily, and physically stronger too. Logically, she should have been able to restrain her easily, but right now, Emily was like a firecracker that had already exploded, giving Grace almost no opening to fight back. Ryan, who was sitting nearby, sat nearby, watching the two sisters fight so fiercely that neither could gain the upper hand, and he was terrified. In all the years he'd been alive, this was the first time he'd ever seen the two sisters actually fight each other. "Grace, Emily, stop fighting." But the two of them were already seeing red and couldn't hear a word he was saying. Ryan immediately started panicking. Sure, he had wanted to regain some attention from Grace, but he never wanted things to get this out of hand. Now the two of them were actually fighting. That was something he'd never expected. Just as he turned around, planning to call the servants over to help, he suddenly noticed me off to the side, calmly gathering up my belongings as if none of this had anything to do with me. His anger immediately flared, and he snapped. "Grace and Emily are fighting because of you, and you're still acting this calm?" I rummaged through the cardboard box they'd thrown out. Luckily, it was only filled with miscellaneous things that had been under my desk. There was nothing important inside. Grace probably just wanted to intimidate me. Hearing Ryan accuse me, I looked at him without expression. "Why do you think they're fighting? You know the answer better than anyone. If you hadn't been stirring things up between them, would they have started fighting for no reason? Besides, judging from Grace's behavior just now, she clearly didn't like me. She might even hate me." Ryan had obviously played a major role in that too. He really was clever. Once he realized Olivia and Emily were treating me well now, he immediately turned around and found himself a new backer. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Olivia was back, but the two women fighting each other showed absolutely no intention of stopping, just as I frowned, and wondered whether I should go over and tell them Olivia had arrived. I suddenly saw Ryan, who should have been standing off to the side, rush straight toward them. "Grace, Emily, stop fighting." The two women were too caught up in the fight to notice him suddenly approaching, and someone's foot slammed hard into Ryan, knocking him to the floor. "Ah!" Ryan let out a painful cry, almost the exact moment he fell. A low, furious voice came from the doorway. "What exactly is going on here?" The timing was absolutely perfect. Not 1 second too early or too late. Olivia had walked in at the exact moment Ryan fell. Tisk, tisk. I had to admire him. If the timing hadn't been so inappropriate, I would have applauded Ryan's performance myself. At that moment, the two sisters finally stopped fighting. When they saw Olivia standing at the door with a dark expression, they released each other in perfect sync. Grace then noticed Ryan, sitting on the floor with a pained expression. Her face changed immediately, and she hurried over to help him up. "Ryan, are you okay? Did we accidentally hit you just now?" Ryan clutched his stomach, his eyes wet and pitiful. "Grace, I'm fine. Please don't fight with Emily because of me anymore. It'll hurt the family relationship." I was completely speechless. I'd already moved all the way into the corner, and somehow I was still getting dragged into this. After Olivia entered, she tossed her briefcase onto the sofa, then swept her gaze across the wrecked living room, and immediately became furious. "What are you all standing around for? Clean this up." After hearing her order, the terrified servants finally hurried forward, and quickly began cleaning the messy living room. "You two, come over here and stand properly. Tell me exactly what happened. Why were you fighting?" Olivia loosened her tie and stared darkly at the two sisters. Grace scoffed and said nothing. But Emily didn't bother holding back, and immediately started complaining at full speed. "Olivia, you have no idea how outrageous Grace was. She actually threw Ethan's things out. She even said she refuses to acknowledge Ethan as her brother. She said if Ethan stays in this family, then she won't. And if she stays, Ethan has to leave. Tell me, didn't she deserve to get punched?" Grace nearly laughed from sheer anger at Emily's shameless exaggeration. "Stop twisting my words. I never said anything like that." Emily immediately started rolling up her sleeves again, looking ready to explode. "Are you saying you didn't say Ryan was your only little brother? Are you saying you weren't the one who threw Ethan's things out?" "I did, but," Grace wanted to explain, but then realized those were indeed things she'd said and done. She simply hadn't meant them the way Emily was making them sound. So how had those words become completely different coming out of Emily's mouth? She couldn't quite explain what was wrong, but something definitely felt wrong. Seeing Grace hesitate, Emily acted as though she'd caught her red-handed and immediately added fuel to the fire. "Olivia, see, she admitted it. Hurry up and beat her up." Grace panicked. "That's not what I meant. Ethan bullied Ryan first, and I never truly meant that I wouldn't acknowledge him. I only wanted to teach him a small lesson." "You still dare say that?" The atmosphere between the two sisters was about to explode again. But from their argument, Olivia had already pieced together roughly what happened. She snapped coldly, "Enough." The moment Olivia lost her temper, both of them immediately fell silent. Olivia looked toward the cardboard box containing my belongings, and her expression instantly darkened. She took a deep breath, then looked at Grace with unquestionable authority in her voice. "Grace, come over here and apologize to your brother." Grace's eyes widened, and she didn't react for a moment. "Olivia, why? He bullied Ryan." Olivia narrowed her eyes at Ryan's reddened eyes, her gaze unreadable. Maybe Olivia's stare was too sharp, or maybe Ryan felt as though his thoughts had been seen through, because he nervously shrank back. Olivia looked away and turned to Grace, her voice deepening. "Did you actually see Ethan bully him?" Grace hadn't actually seen Ryan being bullied. In fact, at Kingston High's auditorium, the person she'd seen being targeted and drenched in black ink had been me. But Ryan had cried so miserably that surely he must have suffered some kind of grievance. In the end, it still had to be because this biological brother was too calculating and simply never left any evidence behind. Olivia could almost immediately see through what Grace was thinking. She was the eldest daughter of the Bennett family and had inherited the family business. So naturally, her personality had become far more steady and composed. On top of that, she'd experienced plenty of deception and scheming in the business world and could often see the essence of a situation at a glance. Although Grace wasn't much younger than Olivia, she had pursued art since childhood and hadn't dealt with as many complicated people. Her personality remained relatively pure, which made her easy to mislead. Olivia narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Since you didn't see it yourself, you still jumped to conclusions and falsely accused your own biological brother. Grace, have all these years studying art made even your own blood run cold?" Grace felt ashamed after being reprimanded by Olivia, but she still wasn't willing to give up. But Ryan was crying so badly. Ryan froze. "Me!" The moment he saw Olivia's sharp gaze starting to settle on him again, he hurriedly waved his hands. "No," Grace misunderstood. "I was crying because I failed the audition, not because of anything else." Grace's expression immediately changed as she looked at Ryan. "Didn't you—" "Wait. Ryan really hadn't said at any point that Ethan bullied him. He'd simply hugged her and cried miserably. And she'd naturally assumed that he'd been wronged at home. So she really had falsely accused her new little brother. Olivia looked at her sternly. "Apologize to your brother." Grace pressed her lips together, still somewhat unwilling. "I'm sorry." I hadn't actually taken her offense to heart at all. But Emily looked incredibly satisfied beside me, lifting her chin arrogantly. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought Grace had apologized to her. "Take your brother's things back upstairs." This time, Grace didn't dare argue, and obediently picked up the cardboard box. "Olivia, I'm going upstairs to shower too." Speaking of today, I'd been drenched in ink at the auditorium. Although I'd managed to wash off some of it outside, I still felt uncomfortable all over. I needed a proper shower from head to toe before I'd feel clean. But just as I turned to leave, Olivia suddenly called out, "Ethan, wait." I stopped and turned toward her. Olivia reached into her suit pocket and took out a red Lucky Charm, then handed it to me. "I went to a temple and got this for you. They say it's very effective. Your college entrance exam is coming up. So I asked for a charm wishing you success and top marks." My eyes immediately lit up, and I held the embroidered pouch fondly. It wasn't the first gift I'd ever received, but it was the first one that felt this thoughtful. "Thank you, Olivia. I really like it." Seeing how much I liked it, Olivia visibly relaxed. "I'm glad." Then she took out another one and handed it to Ryan. Her tone wasn't as gentle as it had been with me, but she still said, "Ryan, I got this one for you." Ryan looked up in surprise and accepted it, nearly crying with joy. "Thank you, Olivia." These past few days, after seeing how much Olivia had been caring about me, Ryan had assumed there wouldn't be a Lucky Charm for him this time. He never expected Olivia to have gotten one for him too. Did that mean Olivia would start treating him better and better again from now on? Thinking about that, he couldn't help getting excited, watching the scene. I felt a strange tightness in my chest, even though I knew Olivia was doing the right thing. If she had 2 younger brothers, she should treat them fairly. But I still felt uncomfortable. Forget it. I couldn't be that petty. I had just started heading upstairs when, suddenly, the Lucky Charm in my hand was pulled away by a large hand. Olivia lowered her head and used her long fingers to tie the red cord of the charm onto the zipper of my backpack. As she tied it, she said, "Ryan's was bought from a vendor outside the temple. They sell them right by the entrance. Yours was personally requested from the head monk. And blessed. It's one of a kind. My little brother deserves every one-of-a-kind thing in this world." The faint resentment in my heart disappeared completely in an instant, replaced by a warm, bubbling happiness. So this was what it felt like to be loved. Without thinking, I threw myself into Olivia's arms. "Thank you, Olivia. I really love it." Olivia rubbed my head. "I'm glad you like it." Emily looked unbelievably jealous, but she didn't dare challenge Olivia's authority. So she could only grumble, "It's just one Lucky Charm, and you're already this happy. I'll give you a whole truckload next time." That evening, after finishing only half of the test papers the teacher assigned, I already felt like my brain was about to explode. It wasn't easy to make someone with a doctorate from a top university feel destroyed by practice questions, but somehow, senior year exam prep managed it. At this point, I genuinely admired every high school senior in this era. The fact that they could survive this kind of intense pressure without breaking down and still calmly get into good universities meant their mental endurance was probably stronger than mine had been. Even when I was an award-winning actor in my previous life, I put down my pen and let out a long breath, then rubbed my aching forehead. I picked up my cup and headed downstairs to get some warm water so I could clear my head, then come back and keep studying. The servants downstairs had already gone to rest, and the entire villa was quiet. Just as I finished pouring some water and was about to head upstairs, I suddenly heard the repeated sound of paper being ripped from a corner. Was someone still awake? I blinked and walked over curiously. In a secluded corner of the living room, I really did find someone. She looked extremely irritated, constantly tearing paper and scratching at her head. All right, now I understood where that messy hairstyle had come from. Didn't I say no one was allowed to disturb me? Grace snapped irritably. She was already frustrated beyond belief. There was clearly inspiration in her mind, but she just couldn't put it down on paper. He distinctly remembered that earlier that day, When she'd seen that dance about rebirth, a sudden flash of inspiration had appeared in her mind. But now that she'd come home and actually tried to draw it, everything looked wrong. No matter what she drew, it felt like something was missing. What exactly was the problem? I didn't know it was you. I thought Olivia was down here working. Hearing how impatient she sounded with me, I had no intention of making myself unwelcome. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. I'll leave now. This second sister clearly had a deep prejudice against me, and obviously didn't like me. It was better to stay away from her. Wait, I had just turned around. When she suddenly called out to me again, I turned back, confused. What is it? Grace froze too. Even she didn't know why. The moment she heard my voice, she had suddenly stopped me. Now the two of us seemed to be waiting for the other to speak first, and the atmosphere became awkward. Well, I just wanted to ask you something. That thing you said to Director Evelyn Yang earlier today about the swan being reborn, what exactly did you mean? Grace asked awkwardly. Right now, she only wanted to finish her design. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to talk to me at all. I blinked, not quite understanding. The swan being reborn? Yes, rebirth. More specifically, how do you understand rebirth? I blinked again, even more confused. Rebirth? Seeing my expression, Grace assumed I simply didn't want to tell her, and immediately lost her temper. Forget it if you don't want to say. Get lost. Her attitude was terrible. I felt completely innocent. I genuinely hadn't understood what she was asking. Why had she suddenly started getting angry? But according to the original novel, this second sister in front of me was an extremely famous fashion designer and stylist. She devoted almost all her time and energy to the design industry. Thinking about it that way, the only thing that could make her this frustrated was probably a problem with her design. The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So I cautiously stepped forward. Sure enough, the draft papers spread out in front of her were covered in messy, frustrated lines, while crumpled balls of paper were piled around her feet, almost covering them completely. She clearly looked like she was on the verge of breaking down. I bent down and picked up a few crumpled sheets. After unfolding them, all I saw were chaotic lines, with 2 words written in the bottom right corner, rebirth. I immediately understood. No wonder she just asked me about the swan being reborn. So the theme of her current design was rebirth. But your design theme is rebirth. So why are you only using black and white? I asked. Grace frowned and tore another sheet from the sketch pad, crumpling it up and throwing it away. He answered impatiently. Black represents death. White represents light. Black and white create the strongest contrast. So they're perfect for expressing rebirth. And forget it. Why am I even explaining this to you? You don't understand art or design. Just leave and stop bothering me. She cut herself off impatiently again. But I didn't leave right away. Instead, I said, I might not understand design or your kind of art, but I do know that this design honestly doesn't look very good. Grace's eyes widened in fury. She had won countless world-class awards. Whenever anyone saw her work, their instinctive reaction was always praise. No one had ever dared criticize her work to her face like this. But it's true. And what you said just now isn't necessarily right either. Who says rebirth can only be represented by black and white? I think you could replace white with red. Red and black would create a powerful visual contrast too. Isn't the phoenix being reborn from the flames the same idea? Grace's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. The phoenix's rebirth. Reborn through fire. I nodded. Then obediently set the draft in my hand back down. I'm just saying whatever came to mind. Like you said, I really don't understand art. You can keep designing it however you think is best. With that, I carried my cup upstairs. The next morning, the moment I entered the classroom, I could tell something was off, because I really treasured this second chance at high school life. I always arrived pretty early. Normally, there weren't many people here at this hour, but today, the classroom was unusually crowded, especially with girls. Every single girl in the class had already arrived. All of them were sitting there neatly. The moment I walked in, their eyes all snapped toward me at once. Some had red ears, some had flushed faces, and one was so excited she was holding her book upside down. The thoughts of a bunch of teenage girls were practically written all over their faces. When Jason saw me come in, he instinctively started raising his hand to greet me like usual. But the moment he saw my handsome face from up close, his raised hand slowly lowered again. Early, can be Hass's, even though he'd already seen what I really look like without my glasses yesterday. Seeing me again this close today still left him completely stunned, to the point where he barely dared look directly at my face. Ethan, you're seriously way too handsome. I frowned slightly at the subtle but constant stares around me, even though none of them meant any harm. It still made me feel a little uncomfortable. It felt like I was some monkey in a zoo being watched. Just as I was about to say something suddenly blocked my view. Then an angry shout rang out. What are you all staring at? Keep looking, and I'm charging admission. It was Emily. The moment she entered the classroom, she immediately noticed the predatory stares of the girls in the class, and her expression instantly darkened. She hadn't even gotten enough time to admire her own little brother yet. And these girls dared stare at him this openly right in front of her. Did they think she was invisible? Even though her attitude was definitely questionable, it did have some effect. The shameless stares from just moments ago quickly disappeared. Because of her warning, there were noticeably fewer of them. I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when I saw Jessica grin mischievously and stand up. She pulled $200 out of her pocket. Can I pay $200 to keep looking? The moment she set the example, quite a few girls in the class started pulling out money too. I'll pay $300. I'll pay $150. I'll pay more than all of them. I'll pay $500. Great. Now I felt even more like a monkey on display. I'm collecting the physics worksheets in 5 minutes. Anyone who hasn't finished, I'll report directly to the teacher. I pulled out my ultimate weapon. Our physics teacher was notoriously strict and terrifying. Ever since we changed homeroom teachers, I'd earned enough trust to become both class president and physics representative. If I hadn't argued against it, our homeroom teacher probably would have assigned me several more positions too. Sure enough, those words worked better than any threat. The girls who had still been sneaking glances at me immediately behaved and turned all their attention to frantically copying the worksheets. I finally let out a breath. The world was peaceful again. But that peace didn't last long, because a loud shout suddenly came from the doorway. Who's Ethan Bennett? The person who walked in was a tall girl wearing athletic clothes. She was extremely tall, almost reaching the top of the doorframe. Her brows were sharply raised, making her look fierce and intimidating. Her pretty face was filled with impatience. Like an angry she-wolf, behind her were several girls who looked equally troublesome. They clearly hadn't come with friendly intentions. I was just about to stand when Jessica stopped me. Boss, wait. She's a freshman athlete on the basketball team. She's trouble. Don't do anything rash. I raised an eyebrow. You know her? I've run into her while playing basketball before. She's not someone you want to mess with. She acts however she wants because her family's rich. She's ridiculously strong and doesn't listen to reason. I even heard she's been in juvenile detention before. I looked at the girl. She certainly didn't look like someone easy to deal with. At that moment, Jessica met her fierce gaze and stood up without the slightest fear, looking almost like a hero stepping in to save someone. Brittany, right? What do you want with my boss? Brittany narrowed her eyes and somehow looked even more threatening. She tilted her head at Jessica and raised an eyebrow. Your boss is that ugly guy? Jessica widened her eyes and angrily rolled up her sleeves. Say that again if you've got the guts. I'll beat you until you're flat on your back and running for your life. I was completely speechless at her idioms. Sometimes I genuinely wondered how this idiot managed to stay second in the entire grade. Brittany wasn't intimidated at all. She bounced the basketball in her arms against the floor, making a series of loud thuds, while staring straight at Jessica. Yeah, I said it. So what? That ugly guy actually dared steal my brother's role. I'm here to teach you people a lesson today. With that, she hurled the basketball hard at Jessica. Jessica had already been prepared. The moment the ball came flying at her, she reached out and caught it firmly in one hand. Then she flashed a wicked grin. A pair of sharp scissors pierced straight through the brown basketball, leaving a hole in it. Air immediately hissed out, and the basketball slowly collapsed. Brittany froze completely. Jessica had moved too quickly for her to react in time. Once Brittany finally processed what happened, her eyes turned red with rage. and widened furiously. She clenched her teeth, like she wanted to tear Jessica apart on the spot. That basketball was signed by my idol. How dare you destroy it? Jessica put away the scissors and tossed the deflated basketball back. Her aim was pretty good, and it landed right in Brittany's arms. Yeah, I destroyed it. Come hit me if you've got the guts. Her tone was unbelievably provocative. Brittany's chest rose and fell with rage. But she also knew that if she beat Jessica up here, the teachers would definitely get involved. She wasn't afraid of the teachers. But they were always calling her dad to complain, and then her dad would freeze her cards again. That wasn't worth it. She clenched her fists and pointed at Jessica, using the last bit of self-control she had to stop herself from exploding. Fine. Don't regret this. You want to get beaten up, right? I'll make your wish come true. If you've got the guts, tell me your name. Meet me in the Grove by the West Field after school. I'll beat you until you're crying for your parents. Brittany was an athlete and was often away from school for training. On top of that, she was only a freshman, so she rarely interacted with seniors and genuinely didn't recognize Jessica. Seeing Brittany's vicious expression, I pressed my lips together and looked at Jessica with some concern. What she'd just done was definitely asking for trouble, but she'd still done it because of me. If she got beaten up because of me, I'd definitely feel guilty. Before I could say anything, Jessica crossed her arms without the slightest fear and raised her chin with an arrogant expression that practically screamed, "What can you do to me? Listen up, I never changed my name. I'm Emily Bennett from Senior Class A. Come beat me if you've got the guts." Brittany gritted her teeth and pointed at her viciously. "Fine, Emily Bennett, right? At least you've got guts. I'll be waiting for you after school." "Whoever doesn't show up is a coward," Jessica shouted. "Fine. I, Emily Bennett, will definitely be there to get beaten up. If I don't show, then I'm your granddaughter." "Fine." The class bell was about to ring, and Brittany knew better than to stay longer. So she took her group of girls and stormed away. Before leaving, she still shot Jessica one last vicious glare. The moment they were gone, Jessica immediately rushed over to me like a puppy waiting for praise. "Boss, was I awesome or what? Wasn't that move brilliant? I chased away the troublemaker for you, and even got your annoying sixth sister in trouble at the same time. Absolutely ridiculous." I rubbed my aching forehead. I genuinely couldn't bring myself to praise her. I turned and glanced at Emily. Just then, Emily happened to look up at me too. "Ethan, don't worry. I'll handle it," even if Jessica hadn't stepped forward earlier. Emily would have done it herself. She intended to protect her little brother. And it wasn't just empty talk anymore. I frowned, remembering what Brittany had just said, that I'd stolen her brother's role. What did that mean? Director Yang hadn't even contacted me yet. I didn't even know whether I'd been chosen. So how did they already know? "Holy crap, Ethan, you're trending," Jason suddenly shouted. I froze. Trending? I'm still basically a complete nobody. Why would I be trending? It's probably someone with the same name. "No, Ethan, it really is you." Jason excitedly brought his phone over. "It's Meng Meng. Isn't that the name of the role you auditioned for?" "It's definitely you." I took the phone from him. Sure enough, number 2 on the trending list was my name in huge letters. Ethan Bennett cast as Meng Meng with an explosive trending tag beside it. I opened the topic, and the top post was from someone named Blake White. "I'm sorry. I've disappointed my fans and everyone who loves me. I wasn't able to win the role of Meng Meng. Maybe there are still certain aspects of me that don't match the character well enough, and that's why I wasn't chosen. But I believe the newcomer actor can still do a great job with this role. Let's wait and see." Attached was a photo of the production team's scoring sheet, where everyone's scores were clearly visible, and mine was the highest. Scrolling down, I saw the fan comments. Almost all of them were insulting me, while comforting Blake White. "Blake, don't cry. You're perfect in our eyes. We'll always support you." Ethan Bennett can go to hell. Director Yang is seriously ridiculous. Blake White is probably the actor in the entire entertainment industry who fits Meng Meng best. He's highly educated, knows Latin dance, and he's handsome too. I seriously don't know what they were thinking. Exactly. Blake is a top student at a prestigious university. Isn't that worth more than those people from Film schools and drama academies? What education does Ethan Bennett even have? I don't want to comment. I just want to ask one thing. Did Ethan Bennett save director Evelyn Yang's life or something? I opened Blake White's profile and saw the verified actor badge, along with 7 million followers. I immediately understood. No wonder this guy only needed one post to push my name onto the trending list. So he was a minor actor with an established fan base, somewhere around third-tier status. Wait, this actor's last name was White too. In other words, he's the older brother of that Brittany girl who just came looking for trouble. Jason was standing right beside me. So naturally, he saw the comments under the post too. He immediately exploded. Are these brain-dead fans insane? They don't know anything and they're already attacking you. Going to a top university doesn't automatically make someone some genius scholar. Ethan, with your grades, you're basically guaranteed to be the top scorer on the college entrance exam. You'll be able to choose between the best universities in the country. Any one of them would be on a whole different level. I handed the phone back to him and took a deep breath. The exam hasn't happened yet. Nothing is certain. Fans supporting their idol is normal. Seeing how calm I was, Jason couldn't help asking, "You're not angry? They're trashing you like this." I raised an eyebrow and answered calmly and honestly, "No, there's nothing worth getting angry about. These meaningless accusations were nothing compared to the scandals and attacks I'd endured in my previous life. This was barely even a warm-up. And in the entertainment industry, getting criticized was completely normal. Sometimes being hated was still better than being ignored." Jason didn't have nearly as much patience as I did. The more he read, the angrier he became, and he worried for me. But Blake White obviously did this on purpose. That post is passive-aggressive as hell. He clearly doesn't have good intentions. "Oh, Ethan, why don't I have someone delete the post?" I said, "No, leave it there." Jason looked completely confused. "Why?" I curled my lips into a faint smile. "It's already trending. Everyone who was going to see it has already seen it. Deleting it now would only make us look guilty. And even if we delete this one, what if he posts another? It's not like we can cut off his hands. The best way to deal with public opinion has never been to suppress it with force. It's to turn it back on the person who started it. Since Blake dared post this, he must be convinced that my acting and overall ability are worse than his. That's why he's mocking me indirectly. But if he eventually realizes the person he mocked is better than him in every way, I won't even need to do anything. The audience will slap him in the face for me. And based on all my years in the entertainment industry during my previous life, there's no way director Yang hasn't noticed such a huge trending topic. Yet she still hasn't said a word. That probably means she wants to use this opportunity to generate early buzz for her new movie. It's not exactly ethical, but it works. Besides, I already plan to enter the entertainment industry. More exposure from trending topics only benefits me. If there's basically no downside, why stop it? The last class that afternoon was self-study. While taking the test papers to the office, I took a detour toward the place Brittany had mentioned. The small grove near the West Athletic Field. According to Jessica, those girls were athletes. So spending time around the field was normal for them. And since the last period was self-study, there was no way they'd actually be studying. So there was a good chance they'd already be waiting there. Sure enough, the moment I arrived, I heard an impatient voice from inside. "Why isn't class over yet?" I'm dying to beat that idiot up. "Brittany," I asked around. "That Emily Bennett girl seems to be from the Bennett family. And she's one of the top students in the grade. The teachers really value her. If we actually beat her up, won't we be causing trouble for ourselves? Who cares? She's the one who told us to beat her up. Everyone in her class heard it. She can't deny that. Even if the teachers ask, we've got an explanation. Besides, we're only teaching her a lesson. It's not like we're going to kill her. Fair point. When she gets here, we'll grab our stuff. I'm making her kneel and call me boss today." Every ridiculous boast reached my ears perfectly clearly. I was speechless. Was this what teenage delinquent girls considered fun? Didn't they feel embarrassed saying things like this? They were high school students. Why were they pretending to be gang leaders? But they were so absorbed in their conversation that I walked right up behind them, and not a single one noticed me With awareness this bad, they still wanted to fight people? If I'd known they were this careless, I would have brought a teacher with me and caught the whole group at once. Ahem, ahem. I coughed a few times to get their attention. At the sound, Brittany was the first to stand, dragging the baseball bat in her hand with an aggressive expression, like she might rush over and smash someone's head in. But when she turned around, her furious eyes met my clear, handsome gaze, and in the very next second, she froze completely, seeing her stare straight at me. I assumed she was surprised that I'd appeared, so I calmly stepped forward and said, "Hi, you're waiting here for Emily Bennett, right?" The girl in front of me was strikingly beautiful. Her eyes beneath those fierce brows were unexpectedly expressive, and her skin looked healthy and radiant. Loose strands of hair fluttered beside her ears in the breeze, giving her a bold, athletic charm. Even though she was only wearing an ordinary school uniform, it couldn't hide the fiery confidence radiating from her. She was beautiful, extremely beautiful, but apparently, the moment I stepped closer and spoke to her, she couldn't stop herself from blushing. It took her a while to finally process what I'd asked, and she replied with a red face, "Yeah, I didn't understand how the girl who'd been yelling about beating people up moments ago had suddenly become so shy." I continued, "She has something to do today, so she probably won't come. You don't need to wait for her," even though I'd heard them shouting things like, whoever didn't show was a coward. Being a coward was still better than getting beaten up, though I doubted they'd accept that excuse. Sure enough, the moment I finished speaking, one of Brittany's girls, holding a collapsible baton, pointed at me and shouted, "What are you to her? Who do you think you are? Did she chicken out and refuse to come? Tell her, if she doesn't show today, we'll go block her ourselves and beat the hell out of her." I frowned. I hated hearing people casually talk about killing or destroying someone. A cold, dangerous glint flashed through my eyes, then disappeared beneath my long lashes. My voice turned calm. "I'm Emily Bennett's younger brother, and I'm also the Ethan Bennett you're looking for. If you insist on fighting, I don't mind sparring with you." At that moment, the ring on my left hand gave a faint movement, but I didn't notice it at all. The girl with the baton immediately got excited when she heard me. "So you're that ugly guy. I really didn't expect you to walk right into our hands." What perfect timing, since you came here yourself. Don't blame us when... Ow! Brittany raised her fist and smacked the girl hard on the head before she could finish. "Boss, why'd you hit me?" Brittany glared at her. "Shut up." The girl covered her forehead, looking deeply wronged. She'd obviously been trying to help Brittany. So why was Brittany suddenly angry at her? But seeing how furious Brittany looked, could only swallow her complaints. What happened next completely shattered her understanding of reality. She watched her normally vicious boss, who never respected anyone, nervously rub her hands together, while blushing, and walked toward me with a shy, awkward expression. "Ethan, see, could I get your contact information?" I didn't react immediately, and looked at her warily. "What do you mean? Why did she suddenly want my contact information? Was she planning to call me later and arrange another fight?" Brittany realized I'd misunderstood, and quickly explained, "Ethan, don't worry, I don't mean anything bad. I just want to be friends with you. If you're uncomfortable with that, you don't have to give it to me." I raised an eyebrow, and finally understood what she meant. I'd been so focused on the possibility of a fight that I hadn't considered anything else. But looking at her flushed face and awkward behavior now, even an idiot could figure it out, much less someone who'd already lived 2 lifetimes. I looked at her calmly. "But I stole your brother's role. You're not angry anymore." Brittany froze, then immediately waved her hands. "You didn't steal it. The director chose you. My brother just wasn't good enough. I'm sorry for the trouble he caused you." The tall girl immediately bowed 90 degrees. Then she raised her head, with sincerity in her eyes. "When I get home, I'll make him delete that post immediately. Don't worry, he won't cause you any more trouble. We're teenagers these days, always this quick to change sides. Thanks for the offer, but it's not necessary. The trending topic will die down on its own in a few days. As for my contact information, sorry, I don't chat with strangers." The moment I said that, Brittany looked visibly disappointed. She'd just been rejected by the guy she liked. But thinking about it, she couldn't really blame me. She'd insulted me earlier, and even threatened to beat up my sister. Anyone in my position would have refused to give her their contact information. But this was the first time she'd ever felt anything like a first crush. Was it really going to die before it even started? She felt incredibly unwilling to give up. I had no idea what she was thinking, seeing that she wasn't saying anything. I asked, "Do you have anything else? If not, I'm going back to self-study." Seeing me turn to leave, Brittany hurriedly stopped me. "Wait, there's one more thing. My birthday is in a couple of days. Could you come to my birthday party?" I frowned. "You want me to come to your birthday party?" We weren't exactly close enough for me to attend something like that. Brittany was afraid I'd refuse, so she hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. I definitely won't do anything. I really just want to invite you. Once you come, we can put everything behind us. How about it?" In the end, she was still just a young girl, and her eyes were full of expectation as she looked at me. She stared at me closely, clearly afraid I'd reject her. She was probably so nervous that her fingers kept twisting the hem of her basketball jersey, until the cotton fabric wrinkled in her grip. I sighed, and eventually couldn't bring myself to refuse. "All right, give me the address of the birthday party. I'll be there on time. But you know we're seniors and don't have much free time. I might only stay for a little while before leaving." The moment Brittany heard me agree, her eyes instantly lit up. If she hadn't been trying to maintain her image, she probably would have jumped up on the spot. Instead, she excitedly spun around once. "Okay, I'll give you the address and time in a couple of days. You absolutely have to come." I nodded. After I turned and walked away, one of the girls beside her leaned closer, looking completely confused. "Boss, didn't your birthday already pass?" That guy just now. Brittany had been lost in her happy fantasies, but that single sentence instantly dragged her back to reality. She raised a hand and smacked the girl hard on the back of the head, her expression turning fierce again. "Shut up. From now on, he's my idol. And your big boss. When you see him, treat him exactly like you treat me. Don't you dare disrespect him in the slightest." The girl rubbed her dizzy forehead and sniffed innocently, but she still remembered their original mission. "Then what about Emily Bennett? Are we still beating her up?" Brittany rolled up her sleeves, revealing her powerful biceps, and glared viciously at the girl. "That's my future sister-in-law. Try touching her and see what happens." The final bell rang, and I let out a long breath. I gathered all the love letters and cards I'd received throughout the day into a cloth bag. The bag was stuffed completely full. Getting through the day really hadn't been easy. Other than Brittany coming to settle a score with me that morning, everyone else who approached me had been delivering love letters. Emily packed up her school bag, then naturally walked over to my desk and slung my backpack over her own shoulder too. She casually picked up the cloth bag full of gifts. It was surprisingly heavy and made her arm dip slightly. She couldn't help asking, "What's in here? Why is it so heavy?" I answered calmly, "Love letters for me." Emily's voice immediately shot up, and her eyes widened. "What? Love letters?" I sighed helplessly. I rejected everyone I could, but some of them didn't even give me the chance. They dropped the letter and run before I could reject them, so I could only take them. It's not like I could just throw them away. That would be disrespectful. People spent time writing them. Even if I don't want to accept them, taking them is basic courtesy. I really missed the days when I wore glasses, and no one bothered me. Emily didn't care about any of that. The moment she heard they were love letters, her expression darkened. Without even thinking, she tossed the entire cloth bag straight into the trash can. It was so heavy that it landed with a loud thud. But almost immediately after throwing it away, she regretted it. She realized she shouldn't have thrown them out. She should have taken those love letters and tracked down every brat who wrote one. What the hell were they thinking? How dare they set their sights on her little brother? It was all because she'd been too busy today. She hadn't even noticed people coming over to give him love letters. From now on, she'd have to keep a much closer eye on me. I hadn't expected her to actually throw the bag away, and my eyes immediately widened. "Emily, why did you throw it out?" Emily dusted off her hands and scoffed. "A bunch of toads dreaming about eating swan meat. They wish, but no buts, little brother. We're students right now. The college entrance exam is only a month away. If you get distracted now, you're being irresponsible toward your own future." Seeing the regret on my face, Emily assumed I wanted to date someone and immediately started lecturing me seriously. I frowned. "No. What I'm trying to say is, Whatever you're trying to say, no. How old are those kids anyway? What do they know about love? They're only sending you letters because you're handsome. That kind of love isn't sincere at all. When you're older, you'll definitely meet a much better girl. What's so great about these little brats? Unable to take it anymore, I raised a hand and covered Emily's mouth before she could continue her long lecture. Completely. Then I patiently explained, Emily, I'm not upset about the love letters. What I'm trying to say is, that bag was a limited edition Tiga bag Olivia gave me. I really liked it. You throwing it away like that was such a waste. Emily instantly fell silent. Good, as long as it wasn't the love letters he was feeling bad about. She pulled my hand away from her mouth and blinked. It's fine. Our family has a long-term partnership with Tiga. We'll just have Olivia get you another one. They'll definitely give us that much face. The two of us reached the school entrance and saw the Bennett family's driver waiting there. Emily handed both our backpacks to the driver, then turned to me. You get in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. Wait for me. I need to go back for a minute. I'll be right back. She turned to leave, but I could already guess what she wanted to do. So I quickly grabbed her. Are you going to that little grove? You don't need to. I already explained everything to them. Emily's voice immediately rose. You went to meet them alone? And did they bully you? Why didn't you tell me? That was dangerous. I hadn't expected such a huge reaction, and hurriedly explained, look, I'm perfectly fine. They didn't do anything to me. Even if we'd actually fought, I might not have lost. You were planning to fight? The moment Emily heard that, she practically bristled with anger. How could her little brother look so fair and delicate, yet have such a reckless temper? I quickly tried to calm her down. I didn't say I was going to fight. I said if. That doesn't mean it would have definitely happened. Even if isn't okay. Emily gritted her teeth. The thought of me possibly getting hurt made her heart clench painfully. That fear of losing me surged back into her chest. From now on, if anything dangerous like this happens, you have to tell me. You are not allowed to handle it alone. I'll let it go this time. But if I ever find out you did something like this again, I won't let you off. Her words sounded half like a threat and half like a warning, but they still made me happy. I liked this feeling of being protected by family. It made me feel incredibly warm. I smiled sweetly. Okay, Emily, I understand. Then I hugged her arm and shook it gently. Emily, don't be mad anymore, okay? Please. Getting angry makes you age faster. Emily gave an arrogant little snort, but the corners of her mouth were practically stretching to her temples. How could she possibly stay angry now? Ryan came out after school with his backpack, and saw Emily, apparently getting angry at me. The distance was too far for Ryan to hear what Emily was saying, but he could clearly see that she looked furious. His depressed mood from the entire day instantly improved. All day long, everyone around him had been praising how handsome I was. There were even plenty of people in his class making passive-aggressive comments that no matter how much he dressed himself up, he still couldn't compare to me because we weren't actually related by blood. He'd been so angry he nearly spat blood, but since no one had directly named him, he couldn't even lash out and had been forced to stew in his anger. Now the moment he came outside and saw Emily apparently losing her temper with me, his mood instantly improved. He knew it. After spoiling him for so many years, how could Emily suddenly change and start doting on me instead? See, she couldn't keep it up after all. Ryan suppressed his excitement, straightened his clothes, and walked over like he usually did, blinking innocently. Ethan, why did you make Emily angry again? She has such a good temper. Did you do something wrong? I rolled my eyes and turned around to get into the car. Great. The fake innocent act was starting again. Emily was still immersed in the soft way I just acted, spoiled with her. When Ryan suddenly interrupted and her expression instantly darkened, she turned to look at Ryan standing behind her and said coldly, "Didn't the school ever teach you to respect your elders? Since when is it your place to lecture your older brother?" Ryan looked deeply wronged. "Emily, I wasn't. I was just trying to help you. I don't need your help. Just mind your own business. And put away those little schemes of yours. If I ever hear you say something like that again, I don't mind calling Mom and Dad overseas and telling them what's been happening." After saying that, Emily turned around and got straight into the car, without even bothering to look at him again. Ryan hadn't expected Emily to go that far. He trembled with rage and stomped his foot, his eyes filled with hatred. Emily was clearly protecting me, while also giving him a warning. She was basically telling him that if he ever dared say anything, targeting me in front of her again, she would report everything directly to their parents. After all, everyone knew. The main reason Ryan had still been allowed to stay with the Bennett family after I came back was because Mr. and Mrs. Bennett wanted him there. If even their impression of him worsened, then in the future, he might not be able to remain in the Bennett family at all. Damn it. This was all his fault. Ryan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms without him even noticing. Why did Ethan have to come back? Why couldn't he have just disappeared out there somewhere? Why wasn't Ryan the real heir? Once hatred began taking root, it was like greenery in a barren desert. The moment it received even a drop of water, it began growing and spreading uncontrollably. Inside the car, I looked at Emily sitting beside me and asked curiously, "You told Ryan just now that he should respect his older brother." Emily blinked. "How did you know? You were already inside the car." "Is the soundproofing really that bad?" I laughed. "Because I can read lips." Emily stared at me in shock. "You can read lips too? Did you specifically learn that?" I shook my head. "No, I taught myself." Honestly, even I didn't fully understand it. It felt like there were so many things I could learn after seeing them only once. Almost as if some hidden pathways in my brain had suddenly opened. No matter how difficult something was, I could learn it quickly. Lip reading was like that. So were computer hacking skills, along with racing and dancing, fighting and all kinds of other things. Sometimes, I even wondered whether I wasn't really human at all, but some kind of robot trained somewhere, whose memories had simply been erased. When Emily heard that I'd taught myself, her face filled with pride, as expected of my little brother. I glanced at her without showing much reaction, then returned to my earlier question. "You told Ryan not to bully me anymore? So what if I'm the one who bullies him?" I was honestly just curious. It wasn't only Ryan who thought Emily had changed dramatically. Even I felt that Emily's transformation seemed almost unreal. Emily answered calmly, "If you bully him, then you bully him. You're not the kind of person who picks fights for no reason. If you ever take the initiative to deal with someone, then they must have done something wrong. Besides, you're the older brother. It's perfectly normal for an older brother to discipline his younger brother. How could that be called bullying? That's called a responsible older brother educating his younger brother." I gave her an impressed thumbs up. No wonder she'd ranked first in the grade for 3 straight years. Her way of looking at problems was, truly, so reasonable that I couldn't even argue with it. That evening, I received a call from Director Evelyn Yang. "Is this Ethan Bennett?" I froze for a moment, then replied, "Yes." "This is Ethan," Director Yang laughed softly. Her voice was calm and steady. "I'm Evelyn Yang, the director of the movie Unknown Sea that you auditioned for. You remember me, right? Ha ha ha. Sorry it took me so long to contact you. I've been filming in a mountain village recently, and only just got back. As soon as I returned, I saw that you were trending. Don't worry, I've already had the PR team handle it. I promise it won't cause you too much trouble." I opened social media and checked. Sure enough, the topic that had been firmly sitting in the top 5 was gone. If it had been another director, they probably would have taken full advantage of any trending topic that gave the movie more exposure. They might have even wished the topic could stay up for 3 or 5 days. I hadn't expected Director Yang to take it down directly. She clearly didn't want to exploit the attention. That made me like her quite a bit more. "Thank you, Director Yang. No need. This happened because our confidentiality wasn't good enough. We don't know who leaked the scoring sheet and caused you so much trouble. We're the ones who should apologize. But since you've already seen it, you should know that everyone on the production team unanimously believes you're the best fit for the role of Mung Mung. What do you think?" "Director, I'm willing. I really love acting." "Ha ha ha, good, good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Then I'll send you the contract in a few days. Once you sign it, the role will officially be yours. I know you're currently a high school senior, and your college entrance exam is only a month away." "All right, Director." After hanging up, I let out a long breath and couldn't stop myself from smiling. It was a satisfied, exhilarated smile. In this world, I'd once again proven my ability. and stepped back into the industry I loved. I loved acting. I loved the feeling of being able to experience countless different lives through different roles, and I loved watching audiences laugh, cry, rage, and hurt because of the characters I portrayed. I'd done it. Meanwhile, just after Evelyn hung up with me, another incoming call appeared on her screen. Her hand shook so badly she nearly dropped the phone. The CEO of the Walker Military Group? Why was she calling her? Curious and nervous, Evelyn answered with trembling hands. "Hello, Ms. Walker." "Hello, hello." From the other end of the phone came an extremely cold female voice. That icy response left Evelyn completely confused. "Ms. Walker, is there something you need from me?" Claire got straight to the point. "I heard you're preparing to film a new movie. Unknown Sea, correct? Do you have enough funding? If not, I can invest 100 million. She said it so casually that Evelyn didn't process it immediately. 100 million. Most major domestic productions only had budgets in the tens of millions, and only larger productions might go above that. But this was an artistic drama film, aimed more at awards, and it didn't need nearly that much investment. Evelyn was excited, but she'd spent half her life in the entertainment industry and knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. "Then let me thank you for your generosity first, Ms. Walker. But may I ask if you have any other conditions?" At that moment, Claire was lounging lazily in her executive chair, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. On it was a somewhat blurry figure, dancing gracefully beneath the moonlight. The face couldn't be seen clearly, and the image quality wasn't good. It looked like a frame captured from security footage. But Claire stared at it as though she could never get enough, barely willing to blink. "I only have 2 conditions. Don't replace the actor playing Mung Mung. Use that 100 million to improve the production environment. Don't make the set too harsh. If it's not enough, come back to me. I'll invest more." Evelyn froze. "That's it? It's that simple? Shouldn't a wealthy executive normally invest money and then arrange for some lover to get a minor role?" Of course, Evelyn had the nerve to think that, but not the nerve to say it. Still, with conditions this simple, there was no reason for her to refuse. "Of course, Ms. Walker, I'll make sure you're satisfied." After hanging up, Evelyn couldn't help laughing twice. Her luck really was incredible. The movie hadn't even started filming, and she already didn't have to worry about funding. 100 million. That was more than enough for her to film this movie exactly the way she wanted. But she hadn't even been happy for 2 minutes when another crisp ringtone interrupted her. She picked up the phone and looked at the screen, then froze in shock again. The caller ID showed Bennett Group. "CEO Bennett? What was going on tonight? Why were powerful executives calling her one after another?" She cleared her throat and answered. "Hello, Ms. Bennett." Another cold voice came from the other end. This felt strangely familiar. "Ms. Bennett, what can I do for you?" Olivia's voice carried unquestionable authority. "I heard you're preparing to film a new movie called Unknown Sea, correct? Bennett Group likes the script, and we've decided to invest 100 million. Evelyn's heart skipped as she swallowed hard. If she didn't personally know Claire and Olivia and recognize their voices and saved numbers, she would have thought she'd encountered some kind of scam tonight. In the past, whenever she needed investors for a movie, she'd practically begged everyone she could find. Sometimes she nearly had to get down on her knees just to convince someone to read her script, even after praising the project endlessly. There was no guarantee anyone would invest, but now powerful people were suddenly competing to throw money at her. It felt unreal. Could it be that wealthy executives had suddenly become obsessed with giving money away? "Thank you, Ms. Bennett. May I ask if you have any other requirements? Since the project was still in pre-production, we can discuss everything in advance." Olivia said firmly, "I only have 2 requirements. First, the actor playing Mung Mung cannot be replaced. Second, use that 100 million to improve the production environment. Don't make conditions too harsh. If it's not enough, come back to me. I'll invest more." After hanging up, Evelyn was completely stunned. Why did she feel like time had just looped? She had actually heard the exact same requirements from 2 powerful executives. Both of them insisted that the actor playing Meng Meng couldn't be replaced. Wait, Ethan Bennett's last name was Bennett, and the Bennett family's recently recovered eldest young master seemed to have that exact name. So Bennett Group was clearly backing me. That made their investment understandable. But why was the Walker Military Group getting involved too? Could those online rumors that Claire secretly liked Olivia actually be true? Thinking about it, it almost made sense. The two of them were evenly matched. And every time they met, the atmosphere between them was strangely intense. Besides, neither of them was exactly young anymore, yet neither had married. Tisk, tisk. Rich families really were complicated. I knew absolutely nothing about what had happened on Director Yang's side, and went to school early as usual, but before I even reached the classroom, I ran into someone I didn't want to see. Brittany was standing aggressively at the entrance to the senior year building, grabbing one of my classmates by the collar, and pinning him against the wall while saying something viciously. She looked like she was about to start a fight. Everyone in the class was just watching nervously, and no one dared step forward to stop her. If this had been before, with my personality, I definitely would have turned around and left. The fewer problems, the better. I never would have bothered getting involved. But now I was Class A's class president, so I had no choice but to handle it. I stepped forward and called out coldly, "Brittany, what are you doing?" Brittany's fist, which had been raised arrogantly, rose in midair, and her entire body stiffened instantly. Why was she this unlucky? Of all moments, the guy she liked had caught her bullying someone. Damn it, if her idol saw her threatening someone from his class, would his impression of her get worse? If she'd known he came this early, she would have restrained herself. She awkwardly lowered her hand, then turned toward me with a guilty expression. Idol. You're here? I frowned and looked at her seriously. What are you doing outside our classroom? Is there really something so serious that you have to solve it by fighting? Maybe it was because I'd lived 2 lifetimes, and was almost 30 if I added them together. But watching this little girl try to solve everything with her fists made me want to knock some sense into her. She was way too childish. Afraid I'd be angry, Brittany hurriedly explained. Idol, don't misunderstand. I wasn't causing trouble. He was saying inappropriate things about you, talking about how handsome you are and all that. He's basically a toad trying to eat swan meat. Don't you think he deserves to get taught a lesson? The more she talked, the angrier she became, and she was already starting to roll up her sleeves again. But when she saw my cold expression, she immediately backed down. The boy she'd been threatening hadn't expected her to say all of that in public, and was probably embarrassed too, so he immediately fired back. You were just saying Ethan was your idol, and that you wanted to marry him someday. Aren't you also a toad trying to eat swan meat? Brittany was instantly speechless. Her gaze met my dark eyes, bright as stars, and her face immediately turned red, her usual arrogant, overbearing confidence deflated like a punctured balloon. In an instant, she muttered quietly, I did say that, but only because you pissed me off. And besides, I've got good teeth, okay? I took a deep breath. Brittany, go back. From now on, whenever something can, be handled calmly and peacefully. Don't use violence. Then I looked at the boy. You go inside too. Class is about to start. Seeing that I was about to leave, Brittany panicked. Idol, wait. Then the tall, intimidating girl suddenly blushed shyly and somehow produced a huge insulated food container. She said with a red face, Our housekeeper made this. It's ginseng and deer antler tonic soup. It's really good. I specially asked her to make it for you. What kind of bizarre move was this? Who brought someone soup first thing in the morning? And a heavy tonic soup at that. I frowned and was about to refuse, when a large hand suddenly appeared in front of me and snatched the container away first. No need. My Ethan doesn't eat this kind of junk. The person who arrived with a dark expression was Emily. She'd been called to the office by a teacher as soon as she arrived at school, so she'd had to let me go to class first. And now, after being away for only 5 minutes, someone already had the nerve to bother her little brother. Even worse, this athlete had come looking for trouble with me yesterday. Yet today she was suddenly acting so attentive. She must have developed improper thoughts. After seeing me in the Grove yesterday, the thought of someone setting their sights on her little brother made Emily's expression instantly darken. The more she looked at Brittany, the more she resembled some delinquent girl in flashy sneakers, riding around on a customized scooter. Brittany immediately exploded when she saw the girl who had suddenly appeared. Who the hell are you? Who gave you the right to butt in? And what's this my Ethan stuff? Who do you think you are? Believe me, I'll beat you until you're crawling all over the halfway through. She met my warning gaze again, and suddenly remembered that I just told her not to fight. So she immediately changed direction. Believe me, I'll report you to the teacher. She said it with such force that anyone who didn't know better might have thought she was the teacher herself. Emily narrowed her eyes coldly at her. He's my little brother. I'm the sixth daughter of the Bennett family. So, who do you think I am? Brittany froze. The Bennett family's sixth daughter? Wasn't that her idol's biological sixth sister? She had just mouthed off to her idol's real sister? Wait, no. She remembered her idol's sixth sister was called Emily Bennett. And wasn't Emily the girl who punctured her basketball yesterday? She clearly didn't look like this. Heh, liar. Brittany immediately regained her confidence and raised her chin. Stop trying to fool me. It's not like I haven't met my idol's sixth sister. She's way prettier than you. Who do you think you are? Pretending to be my idol's real sister. Go look in a mirror before lying like that. The moment she said it, everyone was stunned. Emily stared at me in disbelief, looking completely betrayed. No wonder you didn't talk to me in the car this morning. Do you have another sister outside the family? I wasn't talking this morning because I was catching up on sleep. What kind of ridiculous accusation was that? I rubbed my forehead helplessly. I spend all day studying with you. When would I even have time to find someone else? Besides, even if I wanted to, that doesn't mean anyone would agree. Emily thought carefully about it and realized that was true. These past few days, she'd really been with me almost constantly and hadn't seen me get close to anyone else. Only then did she finally relax. Just then, Brittany suddenly noticed something and excitedly raised her hand, waving happily towards someone behind us. She smiled brightly. Emily, over here. This time, not only did Emily freeze, even I was shocked. Could there really be another Emily at this school? The two of us turned around curiously and happened to see Jessica furiously chewing on a steamed bun. Jessica flinched when our gazes landed on her and forgot to chew the bun in her mouth. Swallowing it whole, she immediately started choking and rolling her eyes. Brittany, standing nearby, quickly snatched the insulated container back from Emily's hands, opened it, and poured out a full bowl of bone broth. Then she eagerly handed it to Jessica with a flattering smile. Emily, have some soup. Jessica hadn't heard a word she said. The moment she saw liquid, it looked like salvation itself, and she snatched the bowl away, gulping down half of it before finally recovering. Thanks, girl. But once she saw clearly who had handed her the soup, she jumped nearly 10 feet away in fright and pointed at Brittany with a trembling hand. You didn't poison this, did you? Then she immediately tried to stick a finger down her throat. She'd punctured this girl's basketball yesterday, and now Brittany was suddenly giving her soup. There was no way she had good intentions. Brittany was still delighted that her idol's sister had called her girl. When Jessica questioned her, Brittany shook her head frantically. No! How could I possibly poison you? You're my idol's sister. So, you're my sister too. We just had a little misunderstanding yesterday. I honestly didn't know, Emily, that you loved puncturing basketballs so much. My family has plenty more basketballs. If you like them, I'll bring over an entire cartload tomorrow and let you puncture as many as you want. Was this girl mentally okay? At this point, Emily and I finally understood what had happened. Emily frowned and couldn't be bothered watching them argue anymore. How boring. Come on, Ethan. Ignore them. Let's go inside for class. She grabbed my wrist and started pulling me toward the classroom. But she'd only taken one step when a powerful force suddenly ripped her hand away. Immediately afterward, Emily was thrown hard against the wall. Her body slammed into it with a heavy thud. Brittany gritted her teeth. Brittany viciously grabbed Emily by the front of her clothes, her eyes full of warning. Who told you to put your hands on him? Did you think what I warned you about earlier was a joke? Emily had been completely unprepared and was slammed hard against the wall. Her head spun. Let go. Brittany gritted her teeth and kept hold of her collar. Once I reacted, my face went pale, and I hurried forward. Without thinking, I struck Brittany's arm aside, forcing her to release Emily. Then I steadied Emily, my face full of concern. Are you okay? Did you hit anything? Emily was dazed for only a moment, before quickly recovering and waving her hand. Tell me not to worry. I'm fine. But I still wasn't reassured, and supported her as I started walking away. No. Let's go to the nurse's office and get you checked. I'm really fine. I only hit my back. I didn't hit my head. Seeing how firmly she insisted, I could only let it go. I turned toward Brittany behind me, my voice turning cold. Brittany, since you're a student at Kingston High, you should follow Kingston High's rules. I'm not your teacher or your parent, so naturally I can't control you. But if you ever dare hurt someone close to me again, I don't mind teaching you a lesson you'll remember. Brittany froze under my icy stare. She seemed to realize she'd made her idol angry, and a chill ran through her. Even her lips began trembling. I'm sorry. I was too angry just now. I won't do it again. She had been stubborn and willful since childhood, and hardly anyone in her family could control her. After she started school, even the teachers rarely disciplined her because of her background, which was how she'd developed the habit of using violence whenever she got angry. This was the first time she'd ever apologized, and also the first time she'd ever truly felt afraid. When I stopped paying attention to her and turned back toward the classroom, Brittany stood there completely lost. She wanted to call out to me but didn't dare. The usually lawless, fearless girl actually had tears gathering in her eyes. But before she could stay upset for long, a slap suddenly knocked her back to reality. Holy crap, I was wondering why you were acting like a completely different person this morning. So you've been setting your sights on my boss. I ought to beat you to death today. Jessica charged over like an enraged lioness, raising her fist to hit Brittany again. Brittany didn't dare fight back and could only cover her head and dodge. She protested pitifully, Emily, you've got it all wrong. How would I dare go after your boss? Jessica panted angrily. Ethan is my boss. And you still say you're not after him? Just wait. How could an ordinary mortal like you possibly be worthy of my boss's peerless beauty? Brittany looked up at her in confusion. Isn't your idol your little brother? Jessica's raised fist froze in midair, right in front of this girl. She was still pretending to be Ethan's sixth sister. My name is Jessica Walker, but I use Emily Bennett's name sometimes. Got a problem with that? Whenever she skipped class and got caught outside, and the discipline committee asked her to write down her name, she always wrote Emily Bennett. She'd gotten pretty used to using it. Strictly speaking, she practically counted as half an Emily Bennett by now. And if she was half an Emily Bennett, what was wrong with answering to the name once in a while? Brittany's eyes widened in disbelief as a terrible feeling suddenly washed over her. Then who is? His real sixth sister? Jessica jerked her chin toward Brittany's back. There! The one you just threw into the wall. Brittany's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked completely devastated, and her face went deathly pale. What had she just done? No wonder her idol had been so angry. She had actually attacked her future sister-in-law. Brittany's legs nearly gave out. She no longer cared about maintaining her image, and practically stumbled and crawled toward the classroom window. Ethan, I'm sorry. I really didn't know she was your sister. I was too impulsive. I swear I'll never fight again. I can promise. Her shouting was giving me a headache. At that moment, the entire class was staring at me. No matter how mentally strong I was, I still didn't enjoy being treated like entertainment. I took a deep breath and cut off her rambling. All right, I understand. We'll go back. We're about to start class. Brittany hesitated. Then, what about the birthday party you promised to attend? If I promised, then I'll go. Hopefully, after going this once, I could finally get this walking disaster off my back. Brittany instantly brightened, grinning as her youthful innocence returned. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Kihi, I raised an eyebrow at her. If you don't leave now, I might change my mind. I'm going right now. The moment she finished speaking, she was already hundreds of feet away. As expected of an athlete, I finally let out a breath of relief. Older people really weren't wrong. Dealing with kids was exhausting. But before I could relax for long, two shadows suddenly loomed over me. Emily stood in front of my desk with a frown. What did you promise her? Jessica had even stopped eating her bun and stared at me aggressively too. What are you two planning to do? I looked helplessly at both of them. Relax. It's nothing serious. She only invited me to her birthday party. I already promised, so it wouldn't be right not to go. Honestly, I didn't really want to go either, but I'd already agreed, and backing out now would feel wrong. Besides, going once wasn't going to hurt me. Worst case, I'd drop off the gift and leave. But Emily and Jessica clearly didn't agree. No, you can't go. That girl obviously has ulterior motives. Jessica immediately chimed in. Exactly. You absolutely can't go. I looked at the two of them in amusement. They were staring at me, like I was some fragile porcelain doll that would instantly shatter the moment I left their sight. It's not like I'm asking either of you to come. I know what I'm doing. Nothing's going to happen. Emily slapped the desk. I said no, so no. I'm your sister. You have to listen to me. Jessica refused to be outdone and slapped the desk too. I'm your little follower. I usually listen to you, but if you go, I'll look down on you. Why did that somehow sound embarrassing? When I received Brittany's message, it happened to be Saturday afternoon. After thinking it over repeatedly, I still decided not to tell Emily. I called a cab and went alone to the location Brittany had given me. The Marriott Grand Hotel, a nationally renowned 5-star hotel, owned by the White family. Even though I knew the hotel was famous for its luxury, when I actually stood in front of it, I was still stunned by the glittering, extravagant decor. No wonder Brittany always acted like she was afraid of absolutely nothing. With a family background like this, keeping a low profile was probably difficult. Before I even entered, I spotted a tall figure at the entrance, excitedly waving at me. Ethan, over here. Her powerful voice attracted quite a few people's attention. Even people across the street in the shopping district couldn't help looking over, curious about what kind of guy she was shouting for. I considered myself extremely thick-skinned, but even I wanted to crawl into a hole at that moment. Brittany had no idea what I was thinking, and ran toward me like an excited husky, her cheeks flushed, whether from the heat or from running. Ethan, you look so handsome today. Dressed up handsome? I was wearing nothing more than a white t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Almost exactly the way I usually dressed at school. Which part of me looked dressed up? Stop calling me your idol. Just call me by my name. Being called idol always sounded weird to me. Hearing that she could use my name felt like happiness had struck without warning. Brittany froze, her eyes widening with excitement. Her already shy face became so red, it looked ready to bleed. I can really call you by your name? Her idol was letting her use his name. Didn't that mean their relationship had just gotten one step closer? Oh my God. Was she dreaming? I had no idea what she was so excited about. Wasn't calling someone by their name normal? Calling me idol was the weird part. Of course. Just use my name from now on. Even Brittany's tall frame somehow looked shy at that moment. She pressed her lips together and finally murmured awkwardly, Ethan. I frowned. Ethan Bennett. Brittany's expression stiffened. Fine. I handed her the gift box in my hand and said politely, this is your birthday present. Thank you for inviting me to your birthday party. But I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. I didn't want to stay long, and I didn't know any of her friends anyway. Dropping off the gift and leaving seemed good enough. But when Brittany saw I was leaving, she immediately panicked. No! Ethan Bennett, you're already here. At least eat something before you go. I already reserved the table. The food's already been served. It'd be such a waste if you left immediately. I looked confused. Isn't this a birthday party? Shouldn't you have other classmates here? They can eat it. Brittany froze. Right. She had lied and called it a birthday party. If she'd known, she wouldn't have said that. They already left. I invited my classmates last night, but since you don't know any of them, I invited you separately today. Then, afraid I might run away, she grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the elevator. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, come upstairs and see. The food really is all ready. And there really aren't any other classmates here. When she pulled me, that instinctive physical discomfort surged up again, and I couldn't stop myself from jerking my hand away. I used too much force, and accidentally knocked Brittany's hand against the doorframe. With a dull thud, Brittany hadn't expected such a strong reaction from me either, and froze on the spot. I took a deep breath, and stepped back half a pace before calming down. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just not used to being physically close to girls. Seeing that my face had gone a little pale, Brittany thought she'd frighten me, and hurriedly waved her hands. It's fine. It was my fault. I shouldn't have grabbed you without asking. I nodded, then looked guiltily at her hand. Is your hand okay? It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. We fall way harder than that during training. This is nothing. The moment Brittany heard me showing concern for her, she became unbelievably excited. She practically wanted to start doing flips on the spot. She didn't care whether her hand hurt anymore. "Ethan, since we're already here, why don't you at least go upstairs and take a look?" I specifically asked the chef to make several new dishes. "I'll honestly be really sad if you don't come. I promise I won't keep you for long." Brittany looked at me expectantly, like she was terrified I might run away. She was normally such an intimidating girl. Yet right now she looked pitiful, like a kitten about to be abandoned. I let out a long sigh. Forget it. Why was I arguing with a kid? Fine. But senior year is really intense. I can only stay for an hour at most. Brittany immediately started bouncing with excitement and nodded repeatedly. "That's fine. That's totally fine." The elevator went directly to the top floor. I considered myself someone who'd at least belonged to high society in my previous life. I'd attended plenty of luxurious places and thought I'd seen enough of the world. But even I was shocked by the extravagance of the top floor. If the first floor could be described as magnificent, then the top floor was practically a palace in the clouds. The entire level looked like some pavilion suspended in a fairyland. I almost wondered whether they'd actually decorated the place with jade. The White family called this a 5-star hotel, but I felt they were being far too modest. This place could have passed for 7 stars. Brittany led me into one of the rooms, and when she pushed the door open, the enormous feast before me left me stunned all over again. And when I say enormous feast, I'm not exaggerating. It was practically a genuine imperial banquet. A massive rotating table, large enough to seat 40 or 50 people, was covered with every kind of delicacy imaginable, with mist from dry ice drifting over everything. It looked like some extravagant ancient feast. No, it was even more ridiculous than that. Even if I took only one bite of every dish, I'd probably be full long before I finished tasting them all. Don't tell me you really prepared all 108 dishes of an imperial banquet. Brittany scratched her head. There are more than 100 dishes, yeah? But technically, it doesn't count as the original banquet, because the traditional version included a lot of protected animals that obviously can't be eaten anymore. So our chefs modified many of the dishes. Meanwhile, in another room, Claire Walker rubbed her forehead with her slender fingers while flipping through the contract in front of her. Then she frowned and tossed it to Sophia behind her. Sophia awkwardly took the contract and carefully read through it, silently wondering what was going on. The White family was obviously trying hard to please Claire. They were taking the smaller share of every project and getting Walker Group most of the profits. Yet even then, Claire barely seemed interested. She couldn't even be bothered to read the contract herself. Then again, the reason the White family was willing to accept such a losing deal was simply because they wanted the protection of the Walker Empire. After all, Walker Group controlled nearly 2/3 of the country's major industries. Even if the White family couldn't get the meat, a little soup would still be enough to keep them prosperous for years. And there were plenty of families like the Whites, desperate to attach themselves to Walker Group. The reason Claire had chosen to work with them was because their business structure was relatively simple, which meant fewer complications when cooperating. In the end, it was still all about profit. Sophia carefully reviewed the entire project proposal. Then, reading the room perfectly, she glanced at Claire's expression, "D-O-P-R-say," and said, "Ms. Walker, there's nothing wrong with the contract. You can sign it." Then she opened the contract and placed it in front of Claire. Claire gave a faint acknowledgement. Then she pulled a gold-cased, expensive fountain pen from her suit pocket and swiftly signed her name. The deal was officially finalized. Victor White hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. He happily rubbed his hands together and shook Sophia's hand, clearly treating her like the person who had made the deal happen. "Oh, thank you, Assistant Sophia. And thank you, Ms. Walker. Don't worry. We're completely confident in this project. There definitely won't be any problems." Everyone in their business circle knew that Claire Walker, CEO of Walker Group, was extremely particular about cleanliness and never allowed physical contact with others. Forget shaking hands. Even standing too close or smelling like cigarette smoke around her was unacceptable. There had once been a young CEO from a rising company who tried to curry favor with Walker Group by sending her 2 men. The very next day, everyone heard that his company had gone bankrupt and entered liquidation. Ever since then, whether people believed the rumors or not, everyone kept their mouths shut. Sophia remained calm and wore a professional smile. Then, we'll look forward to your good news, Mr. White. Internally, though, she was baffled, as if she had enough influence to affect Claire's decisions. Victor White smiled so broadly that his face wrinkled. It's getting late. Why don't we eat first? Then Victor gave an order, and a group of tall, handsome waiters entered carrying trays, serving the dishes in an orderly line. Sophia watched as the dishes kept coming even after half an hour and couldn't help frowning. Isn't this a little too much? She'd followed Claire for so long, yet even she had never seen anything like this. Finally, she couldn't resist. Mr. White, this is way too much. There are only 3 of us. We can't possibly finish it. There must be close to 100 dishes on this table. Everything imaginable was laid out before them. Even an imperial banquet for an ancient emperor probably wouldn't have been much more extravagant. Victor White laughed and explained, to be honest, I originally didn't plan to prepare this much today, but, well, my daughter invited some classmate of hers and insisted on having some huge imperial banquet. So the chefs made all of this. Since making 1 set, or making 2 sets, wasn't much different. We simply had them make more. Sophia was completely stunned. The White family's little princess was something else. She casually invited someone over and went this far. Good thing she had ridiculously wealthy parents. The person my daughter invited is a male classmate. Victor White chuckled. That daughter of mine was born quite late to my wife and me. So everyone in the family spoils her. She might seem careless and rough around the edges, but she normally isn't wasteful. Good. This time, she probably really likes that classmate. When he spoke about his daughter, the affection in his eyes was impossible to hide. Sophia didn't think much of it. After all, she was a teenage girl. It was perfectly normal for her to have a crush. This was exactly the age when hormones made people impulsive about love. Claire had absolutely no interest in their conversation and didn't say a single word. She merely frowned, lost in thought, opening her phone, closing it, then opening it again. She repeated the cycle more than 10 times. Before finally tossing the phone onto the table in frustration, she leaned back against her chair and exhaled slowly. No rush, no rush. There's only 1 month left until his exam. I'll go see him after it's over. Thinking that, she couldn't help giving a self-mocking smile. She never imagined that in this lifetime, she would experience this kind of bone-deep longing. Every second felt unbearably difficult to endure. After the meal ended, Victor White enthusiastically insisted on escorting them downstairs. For a businessman to humble himself this much, show that he was genuinely sincere, Sophia's impression of Victor improved considerably. Then thank you, Mr. White. Of course. Ms. Walker, Miss Sophia, this way, please. He walked ahead, leading them toward the nearest elevator, to wait for the direct elevator downstairs. However, just as the 3 of them turned a corner, they suddenly heard a pitiful voice. Why did you reject me? The voice wasn't particularly loud, but the hallway was extremely quiet, and the door to the room hadn't been fully closed, so every word could be heard clearly outside. Claire's footsteps stopped instantly. Inside the room, I rubbed my forehead helplessly. I really didn't understand kids these days. Why did they insist on asking questions until they got to the very end? I could only force myself to continue. I already made myself very clear. We're both still students. Right now, our priority should be school. My college entrance exam is almost here. Do you really think I'd accept your confession at a time like this? My overly calm and detached expression left Brittany at a complete loss. But she still tried to fight for a chance. But I promise I won't bother you. I'll behave and wait for you. Would that be okay? I closed my eyes for a moment and went straight for the final blow. Sorry, I don't like you. So you don't need to wait for me. Then I stood up, the chair making a faint scraping sound against the carpet. I've already given you your gift, and I've eaten with you. It's time for me to go home. Happy birthday. No, you can't leave. Seeing that I was really about to go, Brittany immediately jumped to her feet. At least tell me what you don't like about me. I can change. I looked at her, blocking my way, and the calm expression I'd maintained until now instantly disappeared. A faint trace of irritation appeared on my face. I was starting to regret coming. If I'd known this kid would be this difficult, I never would have shown up. I don't like the fact that you like me. Go ahead and change that. Brittany's expression instantly collapsed. Outside the door, Sophia heard that and finally couldn't hold it back. A laugh escaped her. She hadn't expected Mr. Bennett to be so vicious. When rejecting someone, if you have in, he'd gone straight for the fatal weakness. When she saw Claire suddenly stop moving earlier, she'd thought something had happened. So she'd walked over, only to hear someone confessing to Mr. Bennett inside. It nearly scared the life out of her. As Claire's assistant, Sophia had noticed every strange thing Claire had done lately. Claire clearly cared deeply about this boy, and now someone had suddenly stepped in trying to steal him. Claire was probably ready to kill someone by now. Sophia swallowed nervously and secretly glanced up at her. Sure enough, Claire's face was already terrifyingly dark, and the murderous aura around her was impossible to hide. Even the air around them seemed to turn icy. Great. Forget the White family's project. At this rate, even the White family's survival might be in danger. Fortunately, Mr. Bennett was extremely firm and kept rejecting Brittany. That was probably the only reason. Claire hadn't started a war yet, but Claire wasn't leaving or going inside either. She was openly standing outside the door listening in. Wasn't that a little inappropriate? Inside, Brittany still refused to give up and kept trying. Are you really not willing to give me a chance? I'm tall and good at sports. My academic grades aren't great, but I can get into college through athletics. I really like you. And I swear I'll only ever like you. I raised a hand and cut her off. I think I need to make this absolutely clear. I'm already engaged. It was arranged when we were kids. No matter what you say, I can't betray my fiancé. The moment the word fiancé came out, Sophia, standing beside Claire, table, could clearly feel Claire's aura soften slightly. Was that her imagination? Brittany looked devastated. I don't believe you. You're definitely lying to me. You only just returned to the Bennett family. How could you already have a childhood engagement? She'd investigated me. Before deciding to pursue me, I raised an eyebrow. Why couldn't I? It was arranged when we were very, very young. For some reason, as I said that, Claire's face suddenly appeared in my mind, and I inexplicably felt a little guilty. If she found out I was using her as a shield, would she explode? Forget it. Brittany didn't even know Claire anyway. I just needed to get through this first. Besides, there were only the two of us in here. Heaven knew, earth knew, but Claire certainly wouldn't know. Thinking that, I suddenly became much bolder. My fiancée is incredible. Her family is richer than yours, and she's better educated than you. She's prettier than you. She's perfect both in public and at home. She's madly in love with me. She refuses to marry anyone but me, and I refuse to marry anyone but her. You know that line about mountains losing their peaks and heaven and earth becoming one? That's us. I would never betray her. So you don't need to waste any more time on me. Hearing all that, Brittany's eyes reddened with grievance. I don't believe you. I know all the girls from high society. There's no one like the person you're describing. You're definitely lying to me. I gritted my teeth. For the first time in my life, I finally understood what it meant to talk to a brick wall. So I gave up and said it outright. Of course there is. You know Claire Walker, CEO of Walker Group? She's my fiancée. You think I'd give up that kind of long-legged, powerful CEO for you? You're still just a little girl. Are you insulting my taste? Brittany froze and asked in disbelief. You mean, seriously? Claire Walker? Why wouldn't it be her? My grandpa and her grandpa were comrades in the military. We've known each other since we were little. I can't live without her. One day apart feels like 3 years. I love her desperately. I need kisses, hugs, and cuddles every single day. If I miss even one, I get so miserable I can't even focus on studying. So I refuse to betray my fiancé. Do you understand now? After saying that, I ignored Brittany, who looked ready to cry, and calmly turned to open the door. I think I've explained myself clearly enough, so please don't bother me anymore. It would only make things difficult for me. The moment I opened the door, my eyes met a pair of smiling ones. I froze on the spot. Why was Claire here? How long had she been standing there? She couldn't possibly have heard everything I just said, right? No matter how strong my mental composure was, getting caught this blatantly still made me want to disappear into the floor. At that moment, Victor White also realized that the girl inside the room was actually his daughter and couldn't help exclaiming, Brittany? He actually knew his daughter was here tonight. He just hadn't known which room she was in. Earlier, when Claire stopped outside this room and refused to leave, he'd assumed she'd run into someone she knew. So he'd simply waited outside with her. And, because he had been standing farther away, he could hear that someone was talking inside, but couldn't clearly make out the words or the voices. He never expected that when the door opened, the person inside would be his own daughter. How could he not be surprised? Brittany hadn't expected to see so many people outside either, and seeing her own dad there stunned her even more. Dad? Why are you here? The atmosphere instantly froze. The father and daughter clearly had no idea what was going on. The only person who might know the whole story, Sophia, quietly shrank back, pretending to be invisible and keeping her mouth firmly shut. After a moment, Claire spoke in a low, teasing voice filled with amusement. Finished performing, curing the faint laughter hidden in her voice. I gritted my teeth. She definitely heard it. She absolutely heard everything and was laughing at me. This was humiliating. If I'd known, I never would have used her as an excuse. Now she'd caught me red-handed, and there was no way she'd let it go. Sure enough, the woman in front of me added, if you're not finished, keep going. Don't mind me. When you're done, I'll take you home. How was I supposed to keep talking with her standing here? Victor White watched the interaction and immediately realized that this boy's relationship with Claire was definitely unusual. After all, he'd spent years navigating the business world and still had enough insight to notice something this obvious. Judging by our ages, I was still a student, while Claire was already a successful executive. So maybe I was some kind of younger relative. He'd heard Claire had a younger sister in high school, but no younger brother. So this boy was probably some distant relative, and judging by how much Claire cared about him, he clearly wasn't insignificant. If Brittany really could develop a relationship with this boy, it would only benefit the White family. Victor couldn't help smiling, backs in gas, and stepped forward. Ms. Walker, it's perfectly normal for young people to fool around a little. We have professional drivers here, and I can guarantee your younger brother will be taken home safely. Claire raised an eyebrow. Younger brother? Who told you he was my brother? Victor froze. If he's not your brother, then what is he to you, Ms. Walker? Claire looked at the person standing there with his head lowered, clearly wishing he could disappear on the spot, and the corners of her lips lifted in delight. Even her brows rose with visible amusement. Coming here tonight really had been worth it. Her lips parted slyly. He's my fiancé. She deliberately dragged out the word fiancé, as if afraid someone there might not hear it. Then she continued, he can't live without me. 1 day apart feels like 3 years. He's desperately in love with me. He needs kisses, hugs, and cuddles every single day. If he misses even one, he gets so miserable he can't. Focus on studying. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I raised my hand, stood on my toes, and covered her mouth as hard as I could. I hissed, shut up, shut up. You're not allowed to say another word. Everything she had just repeated was exactly what I'd said while rejecting Brittany, word for word. This was unbearably embarrassing. At this point, even crawling into a crack in the floor wouldn't be enough to ease my humiliation. I desperately wanted to escape to the moon or Mars just to cool off. I really needed somewhere to calm down. What? Victor White blurted out. His legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. Go? His daughter had just been foolish enough to try stealing. The fiancé of Walker Group's CEO. His vision practically went black. Just like the future of the White family suddenly seemed pitch dark. If this had only been an ordinary business engagement, maybe it would have been manageable. But the boy in front of him had literally covered Claire's mouth, and Claire hadn't resisted at all. She even seemed to be smiling. Wasn't Claire famous for having severe mysophobia? She wouldn't even shake hands with people. And yet this boy could casually cover her mouth with his hand. His importance to her was clearly extraordinary. It was over. The White family was finished. Meanwhile, Brittany looked at the tall, mature woman in front of her, who surpassed her in almost every way. And, for the first time, she felt real pressure. Sure enough, all those sweet words and childish confessions were worthless in front of a mature, composed woman. But Brittany still couldn't bring herself to give up. Can she really make you happy? I'm younger than her. I can give you anything too. Just as she was still trying to make one final desperate attempt, A loud, crisp slap landed across her face. The blow made her stagger sideways. What nonsense are you saying? This is Ms. Walker's fiancé. By seniority, you should be calling him uncle. Hurry up and apologize. Brittany covered her stinging cheek and stared at her own father in disbelief. This was the first time she'd ever been slapped in her entire life. What are you? If you don't apologize, then I don't have a daughter anymore. Victor's attitude was unbelievably firm. He could clearly tell that Claire treasured this boy deeply. No wonder she'd stood outside the room earlier and refused to leave. If he couldn't make Brittany give up today and reassure Claire, then by tomorrow morning, the White family might genuinely be filing for bankruptcy. The Brittany, still deep in her rebellious teenage years, didn't see things that way. Humiliating herself in front of the guy she liked felt no different from dying. I won't, she shouted before rushing out the door. Get back here. By the time Victor tried to chase after her, she had already disappeared. That damn child. Claire's gaze turned sharp, and the good mood she'd had moments ago vanished completely. She'd only been in such a good mood because the boy had said he loved her. Whether those words were completely true or not, she still enjoyed hearing them. But now someone else was openly coveting her boy, and Claire was irritated enough to want blood. Victor wiped the sweat from his forehead. His instincts told him whatever happened next was probably something he couldn't afford. No, he had to save himself. He couldn't let his family's generations of work collapse in his hands. Suppressing the fear deep in his heart, he forced himself into a tragic, ready-to-die posture and bent forward to plead with Claire. Ms. Walker, it's our fault for failing to discipline her. Please rest assured. I'll send her overseas tonight to a strict military-style boarding school. She won't be able to return for at least 3 to 5 years. She absolutely won't bother this young gentleman again. It was strange. Victor was more than 20 years older than Claire. Strictly speaking, it wouldn't have been strange for her to call him uncle. Yet standing in front of this younger woman, he was so overwhelmed by her presence that he could barely straighten his back. The cold expression on Claire's face didn't soften in the slightest. She merely raised an eyebrow. 3 to 5 years? She was clearly dissatisfied with that number. How could Victor fail to notice? He hurriedly continued, Ms. Walker, don't worry. Time isn't a problem. During those 3 years, I'll expand our business overseas and have her stay there permanently. If she insists on coming back, I'll hire bodyguards. No, Special Forces soldiers to follow her everywhere. If she ever gets the idea of approaching this young gentleman again, I'll have them break all 3 of her legs immediately. All 3 legs? I was completely stunned. This dad's survival instinct was terrifyingly strong. But apparently, it worked. Because Claire's expression improved noticeably. She gave a faint, as though she were reluctantly accepting it. But that quiet response sounded like heavenly music to Victor. He was practically ready to kneel and thank her for sparing his life. He was 1 step away from kowtowing in gratitude. Claire no longer paid attention to the sweating Victor. Her eyes shifted toward me. Her voice remained emotionless, but carried a faint warmth. Let's go. I'll take you home. I adjusted the backpack on my shoulders and started walking around her. No need. I'll get a cab. The moment I heard this woman speak, my brain automatically replayed all the mortifying nonsense I'd just said. If I really had to stay in the same space with her, either she was dying or I was. I was still young and hadn't even gone to college yet. I hadn't become an award-winning actor again either. I definitely couldn't afford to end up in prison. Seeing me shoulder my backpack and leave, Claire surprisingly didn't stop me. I couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. But before I'd walked very far, a low voice suddenly sounded behind me. Mr. White, does this private room have surveillance cameras? Please send me a copy of the footage. Victor hurriedly replied, yes, it does. I'll contact security immediately. My retreating footsteps, 20 of the hours to be test. I gritted my teeth. That woman, she was blatantly threatening me. She wanted the surveillance footage, just so she could replay all those things I'd said, and then take the recording to Grandpa and my parents. By then, even if I had 100 mouths, I'd never be able to explain myself. Are you threatening me? I turned and glared at her, my cheeks puffed up like an angry pufferfish. Claire seemed completely oblivious to my anger, and explained, matter-of-factly, threatening you. The Walker family and the White family are business partners. It's normal for us to understand each other's operations. Checking security footage is also part of normal business cooperation. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. White? How could Victor possibly say no? He nodded frantically. Exactly. That's precisely how it works. It's understandable that this young gentleman doesn't know much about business. We always check security footage before signing contracts. That's standard procedure. Like hell, I believed them. Sure, I'd never actually been a CEO or anything like that. But in my previous life, I'd acted in plenty of workplace dramas and experienced corporate environments for many roles. I at least knew the basic theory. Who the hell checked surveillance footage before signing a contract? Did they really think I was an idiot? Claire gave me a faint sideways glance, then said quickly, Mr. White, I'm short on time. I have a video conference coming up. Please retrieve the footage quickly. Of course, I'll do it right away. I nearly ground my teeth. There's no need to go through all that trouble. You can take me home. Since she was offering a free ride, I might as well use it. So what if it was embarrassing? As long as I wasn't embarrassed, then the embarrassment belonged to everyone else. Only then did Claire's expression soften considerably. But at that moment, her gaze suddenly landed on a small gift box on the table. The box wasn't very large, just long and narrow, wrapped in the kind of decorative paper stores usually used. It looked rather old-fashioned. Remembering that the boy had said, "Happy birthday," earlier, it wasn't hard to guess what the box contained. Her fingers twitched slightly. Then she walked over and picked up the small box. She tore away the wrapping paper, revealing a pen case. Inside was a silver gray fountain pen. It wasn't particularly elegant or beautiful, just simple and proper. Yet it was exactly what she wanted. Her movements were unbelievably fast. By the time anyone reacted, the fountain pen was already tucked into her suit pocket. Then she pulled out the gold, gleaming fountain pen she'd used to sign the contract earlier, and tossed it into the gift box instead, watching the entire sequence. I frowned. That's the birthday gift I gave Brittany. If I hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But the moment I said that, Claire's expression cooled again. You gave it to her? Before I could even... A loud, hurried voice suddenly interrupted. Ha ha ha. Why would Brittany need a fountain pen? With her academic level, giving her a pen would just be a waste. It's much more suitable for you, Ms. Walker. That silver gray finish. Looks like it was made for you. Even Sophia, who had been standing off to the side pretending to be invisible, couldn't help giving Victor a thumbs up. His bootlicking skills were even better than hers. Victor alone carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead, while experiencing one emotional roller coaster after another. At this point, he finally understood. Claire treated this young man like the most precious thing in the world. Even gifts he gave away could apparently only belong to her and no one else. Sure enough, when Claire heard Victor's words, she curled her lips in satisfaction. You heard, Mr. White? How could I possibly refuse his generosity? I was just about to say, text. The pen I gave her only costs $790. It's obviously much cheaper than yours. I'd seen plenty of expensive things before, so I could tell at a glance that the pen she'd tossed into the box was worth a fortune. Probably enough for the down payment on an ordinary apartment. Claire didn't care at all, and said casually, I just like pens that cost $790. Not a cent more. I was speechless again. Wasn't she just asking for the cheap stuff? She had something better right there, yet insisted on using the cheaper one. After the boy and Claire disappeared from sight, Victor White let out a heavy breath. Then, suddenly remembering something, he stopped Sophia before she had gone far, and asked quietly, Assistant Sophia, about the contract between the White family and Walker Group. He still felt deeply uneasy, although the contract had already been signed earlier. An unexpected problem had appeared afterward. If Walker Group decided to back out, the White family would have no chance against them before leaving. Claire hadn't given him a definite answer either, and he hadn't dared ask. Sophia maintained her professional smile and looked at Victor. Don't worry, since Ms. Walker didn't say the contract was canceled, there won't be any problem. Hearing that, Victor felt as if he'd just swallowed emergency heart medication, and the weight in his chest finally disappeared. That's good. That's good. At that moment, he was unbelievably grateful that he'd reacted quickly and disciplined his daughter before Claire could. If he'd been even a little slower, Claire might have dealt with the entire White family instead. Trading one slap for the White family's bright future was absolutely worth it the moment he finally relaxed. All the strength seemed to leave his body, and he collapsed onto the nearby sofa, his legs still trembling uncontrollably. Just then, his peripheral vision caught the small box on the table. He opened it and saw the golden fountain pen lying quietly inside, although he'd already seen it once, when Claire used it to sign the contract. Seeing it this close nearly blinded him with its brilliant golden finish. Wait, why did this pen look so familiar? Hadn't he seen it before at a major auction? In the end, it had been purchased by a mysterious buyer wearing a golden mask for an astonishing price. Because the buyer and the pen were both associated with gold, the memory had stuck with him. Could that mysterious man in the golden mask have bought it as a gift for Claire? That actually seemed possible. Inside the car, I sat in the back seat hugging my backpack, staring out the window without blinking, giving the woman beside me nothing but the back of my head. Claire didn't get angry. She simply toyed with the gray fountain pen between her fingers. She seemed to like it a lot, looking at it over and over, almost unwilling to put it away. February 23rd. The woman suddenly spoke. I didn't react at first. What? My birthday. I want a birthday present too. It has to cost at least 791s. Anyway, it has to be more expensive than whatever you give anyone else. I frowned and stared at the woman in the immaculate suit. Once again, I began questioning everything I knew about her. Didn't the outside world say the CEO of Walker Group was ruthless and decisive, cold, noble, and terrifyingly capable? Basically, someone high above everyone else, whom no one could afford to offend. So was this strangely nagging, ridiculously obsessive woman really the CEO of Walker Group, or had someone secretly replaced her? I said expressionlessly. Your birthday already passed. Why should I still give you a present? What's your dream university? I froze. The topic changed so quickly that I didn't react at first. Only after processing it did I answer. Harvard. Claire didn't look surprised at all. Die by my answer. Her fingers continued playing with the fountain pen. Let's make a bet. A bet? I narrowed my eyes. What was she plotting now? If you win, I'll give you a helicopter. If you lose, you have to give me that 791 birthday present like we agreed. How about it? I pressed my lips together. With my current grades, getting into Harvard definitely wouldn't be a problem. If she made this bet with me, she was obviously destined to lose. So what was she after? Or was there something wrong with her brain, just like her younger sister? Well, now that I thought about it, stupidity could probably run in the family. Claire curled her lips and looked at my silence. What's wrong? Afraid? Or are you not confident in your grades? I could tell she was deliberately provoking me, but I still smiled sweetly and stubbornly accepted. Sure, whatever she wanted, who cared? With Grandpa around, no matter how powerful Claire was, she wouldn't dare force me into anything. Besides, why turn down a free helicopter? The moment I smiled, my eyes curved like crescent moons, bright as stars, like sunlight and a gentle breeze somehow gathering together and exploding directly inside Claire's heart. Brilliant and dazzling. Her heart started pounding wildly. Claire's hand slipped slightly, and even the fingers stroking the fountain pen slowed down. Only one thought filled her mind, worth it, for a smile like that. How could one helicopter possibly be enough? She wanted to buy me an entire fleet, so I could fly a different one every day. I had no idea what she was thinking. When we reached the Bennett villa, I said, thanks, and jumped out of the car before she could answer. My hair fluttered behind me in the wind. Claire finally couldn't hold back and laughed. Just a little longer. The college entrance exam was almost here. Everything could wait until after the exam. Sophia, sitting in the passenger seat, saw Claire's smile in the rearview mirror and nearly jumped out of her seat in shock. How long had it been since Claire smiled like that? If her parents saw this expression, they would definitely be thrilled. Actually, I wasn't entirely running away from Claire. A big part of the reason was that I genuinely needed to get home and work on practice papers. I didn't know whether teachers were the same in every universe, but the closer exams got, the more they relied on endless problem sets. Could you imagine getting more than 20 test papers for a 2-day weekend? And every one of them was double-sided. Sometimes I seriously wondered whether teachers were competing over teaching quality or just competing to assign the most homework. I really couldn't understand it. Victor White really did keep his word. The next morning, the moment I arrived at school, I heard Brittany White had withdrawn and gone overseas. She'd left in such a hurry that she hadn't even come back to pack up her books. She was simply gone. Her muscular gymnastics coach was standing on the athletic field, crying his eyes out, wailing that his precious seedling hadn't even had time to sprout and bloom, or repay all his careful training before leaving. The scene looked so bad that even the dean crouched beside him trying to console him, and told him not to ruin the school's image. The moment he said that, the coach cried even harder. His heartbreaking wails echoed across the entire campus. For some reason, I felt a faint trace of guilt. Maybe if Brittany had stayed, with her athletic talent, she could have gotten into a great university, then joined the national team and represented the country, shining in the field she was best at. But just because of me, this girl with such a bright future ahead of her had been forced to travel across the ocean. I let out a long sigh and pulled out a tissue, handing it to the coach, who was crying with his head tilted back. Coach, don't be too upset. Brittany was really good at sports. It's honestly a shame she had to leave. But don't cry yourself sick. If necessary, I can talk to Claire Walker about it. Ruining someone's future is a terrible thing. The muscular coach looked at the senior year student. Everyone expected to become the top scorer on the college entrance exam, standing there comforting him, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Ethan. But who told you Brittany was good at sports? I didn't react for a moment. Huh? She's not? Then why was he crying this miserably? The coach wiped away his tears and started counting off Brittany's problems on his fingers. Brittany was always late or leaving early. She never trained properly. She'd work hard one day and slack off the next. She'd start one thing, then jump to something completely different. She never stuck with anything. In short, she was a complete mess. Honestly, with her gone, I'll have a lot less trouble. The corner of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. Then the coach continued. But when she was around, all the other students were afraid of making her wait. So everyone always assembled early. I never had to waste time chasing them down. But now look, she's gone. How am I supposed to survive from now on? Tell me, how could I not be heartbroken? It's like Sun Wukong losing his staff, Lao Jun losing his alchemy furnace, or a transformer losing its wheels. Ethan, why are you leaving? Can you understand your teacher's pain? Ethan, thanks. I've gone deaf. I can't hear anything. I never should have walked over and asked in the first place. Wait, weren't teachers supposed to be serious and dignified these days? Wasn't that part of the hiring criteria anymore? Why did the school even hire this kind of walking comedian? To liven up the atmosphere? The moment I entered the classroom, before I could even sit down, Jessica mysteriously pulled me aside and leaned close to my ear. Boss, let me tell you, Brittany left. She went overseas. You know about that, right? I nodded numbly. I know. Of course I knew. I'd nearly been deafened by the coach's crying. Jessica continued, but I'm telling you, there's more to it than that. She didn't leave because she wanted to. There's a hidden story behind it. My hand paused while reaching for a book, and I looked at her, with disbelief written all over my face. You know the inside story? Did your sister tell you? Jessica froze and looked completely confused. What does this have to do with my sister? If Claire hadn't told her, then with Jessica's intelligence, there was no way she'd figured it out herself. Then tell me, what's the inside story? Jessica looked around furtively and only spoke after making sure no one was paying attention. Actually, she left because of me. I found a fortune teller and had him perform a ritual to make her disappear. I didn't expect it to work this well. A real master is a real master. He was incredible. Do you know how amazing he was? He only looked at me once and immediately figured out which school I attend. Isn't that impressive? You were wearing Kingston High's uniform, with Kingston High's crest embroidered on it. Even an idiot could figure that out. But that fortune teller was really nice. He normally charges $700 for a reading, but gave me a discount and only charged $500. So I immediately bought a $10,000 membership card. Boss, if there's ever anything you want to know, you can use my card. I was speechless. Thanks, but I'll stick with science. Suddenly, I felt the Walker family had shown remarkable foresight. They had practically given Claire all the family shares, while leaving Jessica only enough stock to live comfortably for life. It was basically saying, the family fortune and your idiot sister are both yours. Because, with the way Jessica's brain worked, without the Walker family protecting her, she'd probably have died 800 times already. Jessica noticed the way I was looking at her, and frowned. Why are you looking at me? Exactly the same way my sister does. So Claire looks at you like this too. What I really wanted to ask was, does your sister also think you're an idiot? Jessica scratched her head. Yeah, exactly like you're looking at me right now. Maybe she thinks I'm unbelievably smart, and she's so proud to have a sister like me that she can't bear to look away. God really was fair. He opened one door for her, then sealed every single window shut, and filled them with concrete. Stop talking to me. You're seriously affecting me. I'm affecting your studying? No, you're affecting my IQ. Fortunately, after that little episode, the next month passed peacefully all the way until the college entrance exam, June 7th, the day of the college entrance exam. That morning, the most nervous person in the entire Bennett family was somehow Olivia. She had deliberately finished all her company work 2 days early, so she could free up both exam days and stay home to support us. Ethan, did you check your admission ticket? Do you have your pens, your ID, everything? Do you need a household registration document for the exam? Maybe I should call your teacher and ask. Olivia herself had been admitted directly to university and never taken the college entrance exam. Plus, so many years had passed that she'd forgotten what the process was like. People always talked about students forgetting this or that on exam day and needing traffic police to help them. She had to prepare everything properly, so nothing could go wrong. Even if her little brother scored 0, it wouldn't really matter to her. She could support me for the rest of my life. But that would probably crush my motivation, and she hated seeing me upset. Olivia pulled out her phone to make a call, but I stopped her in time. We've prepared everything. You already had Lily check our things more than 20 times. There's definitely no problem. Olivia frowned, still uneasy. Are you sure? Lily quickly nodded beside her. There really isn't a problem. I checked everything against the official checklist. There definitely won't be any issue. Olivia nodded coldly. Good. If there is, you can retire early. Emily and I were assigned to the same school for the exam, while Ryan had been assigned to another school across town, so the family driver took him there first. Olivia personally drove Emily and me. Inside the car, Olivia unusually wasn't handling company business. Instead, she pulled out a book and carefully flipped through it. On the cover were several large words, 100 things parents should do for the college entrance exam. Lily had already gotten used to this, because over the past month, Olivia had nearly worn the book out from rereading it. Just then, Olivia seemed to notice something, and frowned, her voice low. The book says, parents should give their children sunflowers after the exam, as a symbol of rising higher and higher. Lily didn't react immediately. Huh? Contact Mr. Yang. Recently, there didn't seem to be any business dealings with Mr. Yang, so why contact him? Olivia immediately gave her the answer. Buy an acre of sunflowers. When Ethan finishes the exam, give them to him. I stared at her speechlessly. Olivia, isn't that a little excessive? That's an entire acre. What am I supposed to do with that many sunflowers? Eat sunflower seeds? Olivia nodded thoughtfully. 1 acre really does seem inappropriate. Then buy 6 acres. 6 means smooth success. The book also says it's best to wear a red cheongsam because it symbolizes victory from the very beginning. Olivia pressed her lips together and thought for a moment. Lily, prepare one and wear it later. Ms. Bennett? Lily looked deeply wronged. No one had ever told her. That being an executive assistant also involved wearing a cheongsam to send students off to exams. Besides, she wasn't even Ethan's parent. What would she look like wearing that? Rule number 1 of surviving the workplace. When you're assigned work outside your responsibilities, you must confidently and firmly say no. Ms. Bennett, 10 times your year-end bonus. Understood, Ms. Bennett. I'll go buy several outfits right away. After all, you couldn't let dignity get in the way of money. I rubbed my forehead, just imagining walking out after the exam and seeing Lily waiting outside in a cheongsam. Gave me a headache. I turned toward Emily beside me and lightly nudged her with my elbow, then whispered, say something to Olivia. Who makes this big a production out of an exam? Emily blinked. I think Olivia's doing the right thing. I don't care about myself, but you have to do well. Then she turned to Lily and added, remember to hold up a banner saying, Ethan will win too. They were insane. Every one of them was insane. Ding ding. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. I checked the screen and saw that Jessica was calling. The moment I answered, her booming voice exploded through the phone and filled the entire car. Boss, which school are you taking the exam at? I'm at the affiliated high school. What about you? Boss, can you hear me? Boss, shut up. I cut off her yelling sharply. Was this girl some kind of duck spirit in her previous life? She had endless energy and never stopped quacking. I'm at the affiliated high school too. We're already on the way. We should reach the entrance in about 10 minutes. A voice came from the other side. Huh? What a coincidence. We're already on the road too. And we'll get there in about 10 minutes. Maybe we'll run into each other. Then later, halfway through speaking, Jessica suddenly paused in surprise. Boss, I think I can see your family's car. You're in a black Rolls-Royce today, right? Still holding the phone, I looked outside. Sure enough, there was a black Bentley nearby. Then I saw Jessica's messy head, and practically her entire upper body sticking out of the rear window, as she waved wildly and shouted, Boss, I'm over here. Why did I suddenly feel so embarrassed? Just then, a low, slightly magnetic voice came through the phone. Jessica, sit down. It's dangerous. Sure enough, the figure hanging out of the Bentley's rear window immediately disappeared. Was that Claire's voice? Had she come to accompany Jessica to the exam too? But I couldn't deny that. The instant I heard Claire's voice, my heart seemed to skip a beat. Just then, our driver suddenly stopped the car, then turned toward Olivia, who was still calmly reading in the back seat. Ms. Bennett, it looks like the road is blocked. It wasn't exactly a traffic jam. It was just that the Rolls-Royce and Bentley were both fairly large vehicles, and we'd happened to meet on the same narrow commercial street. There wasn't enough room for us to pass side by side. One of us would have to back up and make way. Olivia looked up toward the road ahead, and sure enough, Claire's Bentley was firmly blocking the way. Our car couldn't get through. I saw the situation too, and blinked. Then let's just back up. We can reach the affiliated high school using the road behind us too. No. Olivia cut me off immediately. You can't drive backward when you're taking a student to an exam. It's a bad omen. It symbolizes going backward, and yet, she was a graduate of a prestigious university, who had always believed that people controlled their own destiny. So why had she suddenly become superstitious now? I couldn't help the corner of my mouth from twitching. We can't just sit here blocking each other forever. Olivia remained perfectly calm. Drive through. The driver froze, and looked at the tiny gap between the two cars. His hands started trembling. Ms. Bennett, but if I force the car through, this car is worth tens of millions. If I even scratch the paint, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if you killed me. Olivia said coldly, what are you afraid of? I told you to drive through, so drive through. If the car gets scratched, then let it get scratched. It's just a car. Nothing was more important than her little brother. If I had to back down because of something like this, she would feel guilty to death, just as the driver was about to step on the gas. A low voice suddenly came through. The speaker of my phone. Back up! Claire's voice was very soft. So soft that even I almost didn't hear it. Immediately afterward, Jessica's wailing voice once again pierced the heavens. No, if we back up, that means I'm going backward. Claire, I don't want to back up. I want you to drive through just like Boss's sister. Heh. Do you own this car? I'm calling Grandpa. I'm telling Grandpa you're bullying me. Other people's sisters are willing to charge forward for their little brothers, but you won't even sacrifice one car for your adorable little sister. You're a cold-blooded demon. Since I'm a demon, I suppose I'll freeze your bank cards. No, back up. I agree to back up. Superstition is nonsense anyway. There's nothing in the world better than having a sister. A kid with a sister is treated like treasure. The 2 months of intense preparation had definitely paid off. At least this time, the language exam felt much easier than the mock exam I'd taken when I first arrived in this world. I felt almost no pressure doing it. The exam was 2.5 hours long, but I finished it in less than an hour and a half. Then I spent another half hour checking everything. Once I confirmed there were no problems, I handed in my paper 30 minutes early. The proctor glanced at the clock, and looked somewhat surprised. Students handed in papers early during ordinary exams, but very few did it during the college entrance exam. After all, this exam could affect their entire future. Most students checked and rechecked everything before feeling safe, and this young man had actually timed it to hand in his paper exactly 30 minutes early, out of responsibility as an educator. The proctor still decided to remind me, "Student, there's still half an hour left. Are you sure you want to submit? You don't want to check it again?" I shook my head. "Thank you, sir. But there's no need." Seeing how firm I was, the proctor couldn't say much more, and could only nod. "All right, hand in your scratch paper test booklet and answer sheet together. Then take your belongings and you can leave." "Okay, sir." The moment I walked out of the exam room, I finally let out a long breath. The language exam was finally over, as long as there were no problems with language. The remaining subjects, like math, were things I could practically score full marks on with my eyes closed. I could finally relax. The campus was incredibly quiet, and I didn't see a single other student after coming out. Looks like I really was the first one to submit. No wonder that proctor had looked so surprised. But the moment I reached the school gate, I regretted it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have handed in early. It was noon, and the weather had already cleared. The blazing sun roasted the ground. Yet even so, the school entrance, with almost no shade, was still packed tightly with anxious parents waiting outside. And among them, I spotted two especially conspicuous groups. They stood out like sore thumbs. Lily was wearing a bright red lace cheongsam, holding an umbrella with a solemn expression, to shade Olivia standing in front of her. And on the same side, Sophia was wearing an equally eye-catching neon green cheongsam, calmly holding an umbrella, over Claire standing in front of her. The entire scene looked so bizarre that I couldn't think of any other word for it. Lily's sharp eyes were the first to notice me approaching the school gate. She shouted excitedly, "Miss Bennett, look! It's Ethan." Ethan came out. Her voice was extremely loud. Not only did Olivia hear her, but every parent at the gate, including the security guards on duty, turned in the direction she was pointing. At that moment, the only thought in my mind was, maybe I should climb over the wall. But before I could even head toward it, a group of reporters holding microphones suddenly surrounded me. "Student, you're the first person to leave the exam hall. May we interview you?" I hadn't expected being the first one out to come with an interview as a bonus. I froze for a moment, but almost instantly, the muscle memory from my previous life of dealing with reporters awakened. I immediately adjusted my expression and smiled naturally, showing 8 teeth. Of course, I was already strikingly handsome and completely calm in front of cameras. There was also an invisible air of elegance and nobility around me that made even the reporter stare blankly for a moment, seeing her hold the microphone without speaking. I blinked and asked, "Did you still want to ask me something?" "Ahem, sorry, yes. The young reporter's ears immediately turned red. This was practically criminal. She had actually stared blankly at a high school student taking the college entrance exam. "Do you think today's language exam was difficult?" "No," I answered honestly. "If you had to rate the difficulty on a numerical scale, what score would you give it?" "If the maximum difficulty is 100, I'd say about 10. The reporter stared at me. This kid wasn't only handsome. His confidence was handsome too. He might still be young, but she'd already worked as a reporter for several years and interviewed plenty of college entrance exam students. Yet she'd never met anyone who dared describe the exam as this easy. "Is there anything you'd like to say to the people who wrote the exam? Something to say to the exam writers?" I pressed my lips together and thought for a moment. Then I looked sincerely into the camera. "Actually, what I'd really like to say is, could future reading comprehension questions stop asking us to explain the author's emotions or the central theme? Because I think sometimes the author just wanted to write it that way. Where do all these supposed deep emotions come from?" The reporter was speechless. Whose kid was this? His courage was unbelievable. After the interview ended, Lily immediately reacted with perfect timing and held the umbrella over my head while handing me a bottle of chilled plum juice. "Ethan, you worked hard. Have some water and soothe your throat." I took the drink. "Thanks." At that moment, Claire, who had been standing nearby, walked over and asked with a smile, "How did it go?" Before I could answer, a tall figure stepped directly in front of her, completely blocking her view of me. Olivia said coldly. Ethan, let's go. Get in the car. The air conditioner is already running. It's cooler inside. I looked surprised. Emily hasn't come out yet. Aren't we waiting for her? Olivia wrapped an arm around me so the surrounding parents wouldn't bump into me, and replied coldly, why wait for her? She's not a child. It's not like she doesn't recognize our car. So Olivia had been standing outside waiting specifically for me? Warmth instantly filled my heart. The moment I got into the car, I caught sight of the Bentley nearby from the corner of my eye. Claire had also gotten back into her car. Strange. Wasn't she waiting for Jessica to come out? During all the exams that followed, I was the first student to leave every single time. By then, the reporters at the entrance weren't surprised at all when they saw me. One younger reporter even joked quietly. If we'd known this student would be the first one out for every subject, we would have brought more batteries in advance. Once we finished recording all his interviews, we wouldn't have to stand here waiting anymore. The other reporters were all smiling as they looked at me, their eyes full of admiration for a top student. But there was one voice that made me feel slightly uncomfortable. Even though he hid it very well, I could still sense his hostility coming straight toward me. It belonged to a man wearing a gray men's suit with a tailored cut, subtle, immaculate makeup. He looked elegant and refined. I didn't remember seeing this man before. Perhaps my gaze was too direct, because he quickly noticed me and realized I was looking at him. He smiled gracefully, then walked over elegantly in 4-inch stilettos. Hello, I'm Shen Kai, a reporter from Headline Entertainment. May I interview you? I looked at him warily. My instincts told me this man disliked me. But why? I clearly didn't remember ever meeting him. Judging by his age, there was also a noticeable gap between us. So where was his hostility coming from? Despite all my suspicions, there were so many cameras here that refusing outright wouldn't look good. So I gave a polite smile. Sure. Shen Kai's crimson lips curved slightly as he asked, I wonder why you handed in every subject early. Was it because you're exceptionally confident in your own ability, or because you especially enjoy being the first one out and getting all the attention? I frowned almost imperceptibly. Sure enough, just as I'd suspected, there was definitely something wrong with this man. His very first question was heavily loaded, clearly trying to push me into the center of controversy. Fortunately, thanks to my previous life, I dealt with countless reporters before, so this kind of trap wasn't difficult for me. I smiled faintly. The questions were easy. Once I finished, of course, I came out early. I wasn't bragging. I was simply stating the facts. Because for the science subjects afterward, I could practically tell the answers with a single glance, especially physics. I finished the entire paper in half an hour. The exam rules hadn't prohibited submission more than 30 minutes early. I would have come out even sooner. But Shen Kai interpreted my words very differently. A skeptical gleam appeared in his eyes. He clearly didn't believe me. So, according to you, you're going to be the top scorer in the entire province. There he went again, trying to put words in my mouth. But I wasn't afraid, and answered easily. The results come out at the end of June. When they do, you can look for my name at the top of the rankings. The tension between us was obvious enough that even the cameraman filming nearby noticed it. He quickly coughed, warning Shen Kai not to go too far. After all, this interview would be uploaded to their platform later, and openly targeting someone this much wouldn't look good, especially when the other person was still a student. There was no need for it. But my arrogant confidence made Shen Kai's expression turn ugly. If there hadn't been so many people around, he probably would have thrown the microphone at me. After the cameraman's warning, he quickly restrained himself. A moment later, he asked one final question that was at least relatively normal. What are your plans after the college entrance exam? Make money. The mockery in Shen Kai's eyes deepened. Are you really short on money? I honestly nodded. Yes, I still didn't know when the Bennett family might go bankrupt, so I urgently needed to save money, only after saving enough could I guarantee that my sisters and I would never have to worry about food or clothing. So, in a sense, I really was short on money. Shen Kai had no idea what I was thinking, looking at the handsome face of the boy in front of him. The anger I'd caused him earlier immediately eased quite a bit. If he was desperate for money, then he must be from a poor family. That would make things much easier. Inside the car, Olivia suddenly handed me an unlimited black card. Buy whatever you want. I didn't react at first. Why was she suddenly giving me a card for no reason? No need, Olivia. I've saved all the allowance you normally give me. I still have plenty of money, so I don't need a card right now. I thought I said something perfectly ordinary. But to Olivia, those words were painfully harsh. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. Had her little brother been like this in his previous life too, saving every penny just so he could send money back to them, while barely eating or dressing properly himself? So by the time they'd finally seen me, I'd already become terrifyingly thin. Olivia gritted her teeth and forcefully suppressed the ache in her eyes before stuffing the card into my hand. Take it. Your sister has money. Spend however you want. Don't worry about the cost. In this lifetime, all the financial holes and company deficits had already been resolved by her. The company wouldn't collapse anymore and was instead continuing to expand, so her little brother no longer needed to suffer. Seeing this, Emily seemed to remember something too, and immediately joined Olivia in persuading me. Ethan, just take it. It's only a black card. What's there to feel embarrassed about? But I don't normally spend that much money. I wouldn't even use a black card. Olivia pressed her lips together. Then we'll make a rule. From now on, you have to spend at least $300,000 every month. Don't boys usually? Like electronics? Buy every model in an entire series. Keep the ones you like. And throw the ones you don't want to. Ryan. I was completely stunned. What? Was this really the difference between ordinary people and the upper class? Wasn't this way too ridiculous? Seeing my shock only made Olivia's heart ache more. Her little brother should have grown up pampered from childhood, yet he'd ended up living away from the family. And now he was even reluctant to spend something as ordinary as money. That was her failure as an older sister. Take it from now on. I'll have Lily monitor the spending on this card. You're allowed to spend more, but not less. For every dollar you underspend, next month's requirement doubles. At this point, Olivia probably still didn't know that Bennett Group was supposedly going to go bankrupt. If she knew bankruptcy was coming, she definitely wouldn't be acting this extravagant. I should probably keep the card. Then if the family really did go bankrupt someday, we could use it as emergency money. Seeing that I accepted it, Olivia finally smiled. Good boy. Olivia had spent the past few days accompanying us through the exams, so a lot of company work had piled up. The moment my exams ended, she went straight back to the office. The driver took Emily and me back to the Bennett villa. The moment I reached the front door, I heard lively laughter and conversation inside, mixed with Ryan's sweet, spoiled voice. The house sounded unusually lively. It seemed we had guests. Emily noticed that I'd suddenly stopped walking and looked at me in confusion as she opened the door. What's wrong? Why aren't you going in? The moment the door opened, the lively conversation inside stopped abruptly. Emily stood at the entrance with widened eyes. Nora? Ava? Why are you two back? Didn't you say you were busy? Only then did I notice two women sitting on the sofa. The woman on the left wore rimless gold-framed glasses with a long glasses chain extending behind her ears, which made her already delicate jawline look even more elegant. The smile in her eyes disappeared into calmness the instant she saw me. Her expression became unreadable. If that woman could be described as refined, then the woman sitting on the right could only be described as exquisite. She had slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes, amber-colored irises, and deep red lips. Even the proportions of her face and body were perfectly balanced. She looked like an exquisite display doll in a luxury store window, something sculpted by a precision machine. I recognized her. Her face appeared on countless billboards. She was Ava Bennett, one of the hottest celebrities right now, which meant the woman with glasses was Nora Bennett, the fourth sister, a researcher at the National Academy of Sciences. While I was studying them, they were studying me too. Though strictly speaking, it wasn't really studying. It was more like scrutiny filled with rejection. I could tell with certainty that neither of them liked me. The exquisitely beautiful woman was the first to speak. Of course I'm busy, but Ryan taking the college entrance exam is such a big deal. So naturally I had to come back and see him. After all, he's the little prince we've always treasured in our hands. We can't let certain people steal his place. I raised an eyebrow without showing any reaction. Those words were obviously meant for me, She was warning me not to overestimate my place, or make meaningless attempts to compete, 'cause Ryan would always be the treasure in their hands. A position I could never reach, something I could never shake no matter how hard I tried. Sure enough, the moment Ryan heard those words, his chin lifted another inch, and he looked at me arrogantly, as though he'd already won. How childish. I could hear the hidden meaning in Ava's words. And Emily naturally understood it too. Her eyes widened immediately. Ava, what exactly do you mean? She didn't even bother calling her sister anymore. But Ava didn't care about the threat at all. She folded her arms and leaned against the sofa, staring back at Emily without backing down. Nothing. I'm just kindly reminding you not to mistake worthless wood for a pearl. Emily's mind seemed to buzz, and by the time she reacted, her hand had already grabbed Ava by the collar. Her eyes were red with anger. Ava, say that again if you've got the guts. Ava lazily narrowed, eyes, looking like an elegant Persian cat. Yet her words carried no warmth at all. I could say it 100 times, and it would still be true. The eldest young master of the Bennett family will always be Ryan. No one can take that away from him. Emily didn't even think. Before raising her fist to punch Ava and teach her a lesson, but in the next second, her fist was caught by a large hand, and a calm voice sounded, "Enough. Stop fighting." Emily practically bristled and snapped, "Who's fighting?" "Nora, didn't you hear how awful Ava was talking just now? I'm teaching her a lesson today, no matter what." Even though Emily had been given another lifetime, her temper still hadn't changed. The slightest spark was enough to make her explode. Nora tightly held on to Emily's fist and looked at her with clear disapproval. "You're all family. Is something this small really worth fighting over? What do you think you look like right now? How is it not worth it? You don't know how good Ethan really is. So what gives you the right to treat him like that?" Emily loudly cut her off, her face flushed red with anger. That immediately irritated Ava. "How exactly have we treated him? We haven't hit him or cursed at him. You're the one who came charging in like a lunatic the moment you walked through the door. We should be the ones asking you that." Seeing that the two of them were about to start fighting again, Nora sighed with a headache and smacked each of them on the head. "Both of you, shut up. Do you not listen when I speak anymore? If either of you says one more word, I'll call Olivia right now." The moment they heard that, both of them immediately fell silent. Olivia had always held an extremely authoritative position in all of our minds. If she really found out about this fight, it definitely wouldn't end with a simple lecture. Seeing that the two of them had finally calmed down, Nora seemed to only then notice me standing off to the side. She walked over and smiled. "Hello, I'm Nora Bennett. I'm the fourth sister. You can call me Nora just like Ryan does." When she smiled, the lenses of her glasses reflected the light, making it impossible to clearly see the emotion in her eyes. But I could still tell that her smile never reached them. That made sense. From the moment she'd first heard about me, she'd acted completely indifferent. She hadn't tried to stop anything. Only when Emily got so angry that she was about to start a fight did Nora step in. And even then, she'd only kept restraining Emily, almost as if she were deliberately taking Ava's side. With behavior that obvious, there was hardly any need to guess what she was thinking. She didn't like me. Dow and I had never been the type to chase after someone who clearly didn't want me around. Seeing how distant she was, I became equally distant. "Hello, I'm Ethan Bennett." The two of us introducing ourselves so seriously felt almost like a business negotiation. Formal, distant, and cold. When Ryan saw this, he was secretly delighted. As if declaring ownership, he immediately wrapped his arm around Nora's and started acting spoiled. "Didn't we say we were going to watch Ava's new TV drama together? It's almost time." Nora clearly enjoyed being spoiled by him. "All right, I'll turn on the TV." "Okay." After watching her walk away to turn it on, Ryan folded his arms and looked at me like a victorious winner. From above, "Ethan, want to watch with us?" I ignored his passive-aggressive tone and replied calmly, "No thanks. I'd spent the entire day taking exams, and even though I still had all the knowledge from being a top student in my previous life, I was still a little tired. I just wanted to get some sleep and rest." Was Ryan seriously not tired at all? He still had the energy to keep putting on this fake, innocent act. But in Ryan's eyes, my refusal looked like I was fleeing in defeat, which made him even more smug. So what if Emily was protecting me? Could I really compare to someone who had grown up with these sisters since childhood? Even without Emily, he still had the third, fourth, and fifth sisters. He crushed me in numbers alone. I couldn't be bothered dealing with him. I calmly walked over and pulled Emily, who was still sitting angrily on the sofa, to her feet. Come on, Emily. Your hand is hurt. I'll put some medicine on it upstairs. Only after hearing me say that, did Emily finally notice that there really was a small cut on her hand. It wasn't deep, but a little blood was still seeping out. She must have gotten scratched when she angrily grabbed Ava earlier, probably by one of the accessories, on Ava's clothes. She hadn't expected her little brother to notice, and her gloomy mood instantly brightened. The girl who had just been shouting about beating everyone up now obediently stood up and let the boy lead her upstairs, while still shamelessly praising herself. Ethan, wasn't I awesome just now? I'm telling you, I have a 4th level Taekwondo rank. Awesome. Emily is definitely awesome. Exactly. I'm telling you, if it weren't for me, Ava would still need that annoying face of hers for filming. Otherwise, I would have rearranged it for her. One punch after another. Days, just from her voice, without even looking, I could tell Emily was practically wagging her tail all the way to the ceiling. Hearing those words, Ava gave an angry scoff. She was really getting carried away. One punch at a time, huh? As if she were actually that strong. She even had the nerve to brag about a 4th level Taekwondo rank. How shameless. The more Ava thought about it, the angrier she became, and she slammed her fist hard into the sofa. Suddenly, a stinging pain came from her palm. She opened her hand and saw a bloody scratch across it. She must have accidentally gotten scraped while fighting with Emily earlier. Her gaze uncontrollably drifted toward the staircase, but the two figures had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Ryan sat beside her, swinging his legs while eating fruit the servants had cut for him, and leisurely watching TV in a good mood. Apparently noticing her gaze, he looked over in confusion and asked curiously, Ava, what's wrong? Ava pressed her lips together and closed her injured palm. Nothing. Forget it. A tiny wound like this wasn't worth putting medicine on. Not everyone was as dramatic as Emily, putting medicine on such a tiny scratch. Like some little girl, Ryan guessed that she was in a bad mood and blinked, still looking cheerful himself. Ava, your styling in this drama looks so good. It's like it was made especially for you. Look, even the fans are saying you completely outshine Flora by miles. Ava glanced at the television without much interest. A role she'd once been extremely proud of, now suddenly felt completely boring. It was as though a stone were lodged inside her chest. Ava stood outside my bedroom door, hesitating for a long time without knocking. Had she gone crazy? Olivia had clearly sent a servant upstairs to call us down for dinner. So why had Ava rushed to come up herself? What was she even doing here? What if this scheming new little brother mistook it for her trying to curry favor with him? Would Ryan feel upset? My bedroom door wasn't completely closed, and through the gap, the conversation inside could be heard clearly. I don't want this one. It's ugly. I'm a tough girl, but this is the only kind I have. So do you want it or not? No, it's too childish. They'll laugh me to death. Then don't put one on. No. Fine, put it on. I'll take the green one. Emily looked at the green bandage with a little kitten printed on it and complained in disgust. This is way too ugly. It ruins my feminine charm. I cleaned up the cotton swabs and alcohol on the table, backs, and rolled my eyes. You're still a teenager. What feminine charm? Try not to get it wet these next few days. If you need to clean your hands, use wet wipes instead. I reminded her, and Emily nodded. After cleaning everything up, I stood. Let's go. It's almost dinner time. Let's head downstairs. The moment Emily heard we were going downstairs, she immediately sprawled across the desk and refused to move. I don't want to. My hand still hurts a little. It hurts too much. I can't go downstairs. I'm skipping dinner tonight. Just thinking about going downstairs and seeing Ava. That idiot was enough to make her feel full from anger. Normally, she would have been eager to go downstairs and beat her up again. But now she had the bandage her little brother had put on her hand. What if it got rubbed off? That would be such a waste. I couldn't see through what she was thinking. When I heard her say, "It hurt," I assumed it genuinely still did. "Does it still hurt? Come here, I'll blow on it for you." It won't hurt after I blow on it. Back at the orphanage, whenever I got an injection, the old caretaker used to comfort me like this. I didn't know whether it actually worked. But thinking back now, I barely remembered the pain at all. What remained instead was a slow, warm sense of happiness. So maybe it really did work. Emily hadn't expected her random whining to earn her this kind of treatment. Her eyes immediately lit up as she eagerly held her hand out. I gently blew on the injured spot. Better? Emily was just about to nod, when she suddenly stopped herself. It still hurts a tiny bit. I could only lower my head and blow on it twice more. Better now? There's still just a little bit. I lightly smacked the uninjured part of her hand. Don't push your luck. Get downstairs. Emily had been thoroughly soothed by me and opened the door with a huge smile, only to find someone standing right outside. The moment she saw who it was, her expression darkened. "What are you doing here?" Ava hadn't expected the door to open so quickly and was caught red-handed. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Fortunately, as an actress, she'd undergone emergency response training, and her expression returned to normal almost instantly. "Olivia sent me to tell you two to come downstairs for dinner." Emily was still angry and replied coldly, "Got it." Then she turned back toward me. "Ethan, let's go downstairs together." The way she acted made it seem as though the moment she left, Ava would immediately bully me. Ava gave the two of us a cold glance, then shoved her hands into her pockets. Whatever, she turned to leave. But suddenly, she felt her sleeve being caught by a small force. Then a low voice sounded behind her. "Emily."